Chapter 707. When Li Qingyang drew the first-rate Grand Evolution Sacred Sect, everyone was sure that this Dark Horse sect was going to lose. However, when they saw the disciples of the Sect of all times grinning with intense battle intent in their eyes, the audience was dumbfounded. Were they crazy? Or were they forcing themselves to smile because they knew that they had no chance of winning against a first-rate sect in the first round? If that was the case, it was understandable. The disciples of the Sect of all times did not want to face a first-rate sect in the first round. After all, in such a grand competition, it was more interesting to fight from the weak to the strong. However, since they had no other choice, they could only fight. Su Xiaoma and the other disciples who did not fight when they challenged the Lily Sacred Sect felt their blood boiling. Facing a first-rate sect in the first round was undoubtedly very exciting. It's over, Yi Tianxing's eyes were filled with despair. Drawing a first-rate sect in the first round was definitely the worst result that any sect in southwest Yangzhou had in the history of the Dragon Tiger competition. At that moment, he hoped that the Sect of all times would draw a third-rate sect from the Middle Continent. That way, they would at least have a chance of survival. Although the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect did not send out their strongest lineup, the disciples they brought are also very strong. The Sect of all times will definitely lose. If a fifth-rate sect meets a first-rate sect, you can imagine the outcome even if you think with your toes. The Grand Evolution Sacred Sect is basically guaranteed to enter the second round. Many martial artists discussed and looked at the disciples of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect in the middle of the field. As expected, they all had smiles on their faces. When they looked at the disciples of the Sect of all times, they even sneered. "Senior brother," a disciple said calmly, "facing a fifth-rate sect in the first round is really not challenging at all. Just nice." Someone said, "We can save some energy to deal with the later opponents." In the eyes of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect disciples, only the second-rate sects and the other 4 first-rate sects could cause trouble for them. As long as they encountered other sects, they would just be sending themselves to death. However, in the eyes of June Patriarch, this sect was also sending itself to death. No. To be exact, it was sending itself to death. Because when Li Qingyang drew the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect, the side mission was triggered. The content of the mission was very simple. Defeat this first-rate sect in the Dragon Tiger battle. If completed, the reward would be 2 experience talismans. In the past, the rewards would be given after completion. The side mission this time was actually marked with a price tag. No wonder when Arjun Goshing saw this, he covered his face and let out a strange laughter. If he defeated this sect and obtained the reward, he would be able to use the 2 experience talismans to break through a grade. What are you waiting for? Beat him, beat him, beat him. At that moment, Jun's face's face Tu's face. Duan Zisho, who didn't know what was going on, thought that he might have realized that his opponent was too strong and couldn't take the blow. That was why he was close to going insane. Sigh. How pitiful. The draw was still ongoing. Sects to sect, of course. Many people were happy because they had drawn a low-level sect, but there were also people who were in despair because they had drawn a top-level sect. Let's cut the crap. After drawing lots, City Lord Han announced, "The first round of the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy will now begin." Boom. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, fireworks bloomed in the sky. It has finally begun. After the fireworks festival ended, all the martial artists in the continent instantly entered a state of excitement. The first battle of the first round, the Sect of all times versus the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect. Disciples from both sides, please enter the stage. Such a grand competition, coupled with City Lord Han's deep and penetrating voice, enhanced the atmosphere to the extreme. Shwa. Shwa. The 25 disciples of the Grand Evolution Sacred Sect appeared on the battle stage, causing the audience to cheer enthusiastically. First-rate sects had a lot of fans. On the other hand, the 25 disciples of the Sect of all times appeared on the battle stage, causing the entire venue to quiet down. It didn't matter if there was no audience cheering. As soon as Li Qingyang and the others appeared on the screen, the entire Azure Sun County erupted into thunderous cheers. Although the Sect of all times had drawn a first-rate sect, the situation was very grim. Even so, the martial artists and ordinary citizens of the Azure Sun County would still treat them as heroes and cheer for them with passion. Sect of all times, hold on! A martial artist yelled at the top of his lungs. Sect of all times, hold on! Sect of all times, hold on! The cheers from countless people shook the sky of the Azure Sun County. Even some 3-year-old children were affected by the atmosphere. They clenched their fists and yelled at the screen, Sect of all times, hold on! Representatives from both sides. An old man stepped onto the stage and said, "Will it be a one-on-one battle or a chaotic battle?" Many disciples would participate in every dragon and tiger battle. They could choose a one-on-one battle or a chaotic battle to determine the winner. Actually, there were one-on-one and group battles at the beginning, but the latter was too time-consuming. Thus, the two battles were combined and the participants were allowed to make their own choices. "Whatever," Li Qingyang said. Su Xiaoma and the others behind him were full of battle intent. To them, it didn't matter if it was a one-on-one battle or a group battle, as long as they could fight to their heart's content. The leading disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect said calmly, "It's too time-consuming to fight 25 people one by one. Why don't we have a chaotic battle?" "Sure," Li Qingyang said. The old man announced loudly, "The first battle of the first round of the Dragon and Tiger battle will be a chaotic battle." A chaotic battle? The Sect of all times is really courageous. They actually dare to fight a first-rate sect. I'm afraid they don't want to waste time. They should quickly lose and pack their bags to go home. Just as the crowd was discussing, the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect had already spread out. Powerful spiritual energy instantly filled the air. "Oh my God! They're all martial kings!" "Nonsense, this is a first-rate sect. They're only ordinary disciples. If they sent their elite disciples, the other sects wouldn't have a need to participate." When the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect entered battle mode and unleashed their martial king cultivation, the venue immediately entered a small climax. The projection formation was a little naughty. At this moment, the camera turned to the disciples of the Sect of all times. It was as if they wanted to show the despair on their faces in front of the 25 martial kings of the Great Development Sacred Sect. It was not despair. It was endless fighting spirit. Li Qingyang, who was standing at the front, gently raised his hand. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the rest spread out and locked on to one of the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect. Some of them were smiling, and some of them were showing disdain. The battle begins. At this moment, the referee shouted loudly, "Go!" The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew. Su Xiaoma instantly approached and swept his right leg that was filled with spiritual energy. Boom, thump, thump, thump. The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect staggered backward with his hands crossed. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Stomp! Su Xiaoma strode forward and leaped into the air. His footprints suddenly exploded in mid-air and pressed down like an inescapable net. Boom! 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 The violent footprints crashed down again and again. The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect could only activate his chi wall to resist. Although he managed to defuse it, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Boom! On the other side, an explosion was heard. Xiao Zuiji, whose entire body was filled with earth element spiritual energy, was bombarding his opponent. With every attack, the air was filled with an afterimage that was almost solid. The audience widened their eyes. The battle had just begun, and the two disciples of the sect of all times seemed to be as powerful as the disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect. Boom! At this moment, an explosion was heard from the screen again. Everyone looked over and saw a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect had fallen at the edge of the arena. Yi Xingchen stopped in front of him and said calmly, "Trash." Boom! He kicked him. That disciple of the Great Development Holy Sect flew out and fell outside the fighting stage with a grimace on his face. Eliminated. Eliminated. Chapter 708. Perhaps because the battle between a fifth-rate sect and a first-rate sect was a hot topic, the organizers allowed the Sect of All Times and the Great Development Sacred Sect to start the first round of the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Indeed, it was a hot topic, because when Yi Xingchen eliminated a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect in the cleanest way, the entire continent was in an uproar. A martial king disciple of a first-rate sect was eliminated at the beginning of the competition. This was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? The elders of the various sects were astonished. Although the disciple sent by the Great Development Sacred Sect was not the best, he was still a martial king. If he could be defeated so quickly, then how strong was the disciple of the Sect of All Times? He is Yi Xingchen, that guy who killed his way into the Gathering of Heroes leaderboard in the shortest amount of time. That's him. No wonder he is so strong. When the cultivators recognized Yi Xingchen, the shock in their hearts lessened. In such a short time, he entered the human board and the earth board. This disciple of the Sect of All Times was definitely strong. Crack! In a corner of a city, a black-robed man saw Yi Xingchen defeating his opponent on the screen and said hatefully, "This guy has become stronger again." However, he smiled coldly and said, "During this period of time, I have also undergone tremendous changes. Yi Xingchen, Sect of All Times. Sooner or later, I will trample all of you under my feet and trample on you." Sigh. On the spectator stand, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's not challenging at all." Although the disciples sent by the Great Development Sacred Sect were all martial kings, their overall strength was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. He was just that confident and arrogant. However, Duan Zisho, who was sitting beside him, had a change of expression. He originally thought that after the competition began, the disciples of the Sect of All Times would be defeated in seconds. In the end, the Great Development Sacred Sect had already lost one of their disciples. It's fine, it's fine. It's just the beginning. There are still 24 disciples left. When they fight seriously, the Sect of All Times will definitely not be able to escape. Boom! Another explosion came from the arena, interrupting Duan Zisho's train of thought. He hurriedly looked over and saw a disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect being punched out by Xiao Ziji. Another one eliminated. Oh my god, this speed is too fast. The audience was dumbfounded. The first Great Evolution Sect disciple being eliminated could still be attributed to underestimating his opponent. However, the second disciple being eliminated was obviously because he was unable to match his opponent in terms of strength. The most tragic thing was, throughout the entire exchange, Zhang Xian had been on the defensive, unable to launch an effective counterattack before he was sent flying. Interesting. Zhao Dezhuang was still looking at Xiao Ziji. Seeing him use his toughest physical body to send his opponent flying, a strong fighting spirit immediately appeared in his eyes. Shua! Xiao Ziji retracted his hand and looked at him. Although the two of them were separated by a great distance, the exchange of glances seemed to create sparks of passion. Qingyang County. When Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji defeated the Grand Yen Saint's disciples one after another, they had completely fallen into absolute madness. Some of the more emotional ones even pulled their clothes and shouted loudly. In the past dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, regardless of whether it was a one-on-one or a group battle, the sect disciples representing southwest Yangzhou had always lost. Now that the first round of the competition had just begun, the Sect of All Times had eliminated 2 first-rate Great Development Sacred Sect disciples in a chaotic battle, no doubt breaking the record and breaking the awkwardness. Dojo Master, Elder Zhou said excitedly, the Sect of All Times has eliminated another one. Yi Tianxing, who was standing in front, did not speak, but his body was trembling violently. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Boom! Boom! In the array, the Sect of All Times disciple and the Great Development Sacred Sect disciple had already started fighting. Light flashed and spiritual energy spread out. The audience's eyes widened as they watched. In their imagination, when a fifth-rate sect and a first-rate sect fought, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Not only was this fifth-rate sect disciple not beaten by a first-rate sect disciple, but he also quickly gained the upper hand. Huff, huff, Long Xiang strode forward, unleashing his mountain-collapsing earth-shattering fist. Tianqi, Song Xianzhou, and the rest were also releasing their spiritual energy and martial arts to their heart's content. They did not care if their opponent was a first-rate sect. They only cared about being able to fight to their heart's content at this moment. Ancient Shadowless Kick. Earth-shattering fist. Crimson Sky Flame Slash. Boom. 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 The Sect of All Times disciples released their martial arts in unison, bursting into a dazzling light. As it was rare for them to encounter a strong opponent, they did not directly defeat their opponent like Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji. Instead, they suppressed their opponent from beginning to end so that they could fight for a while longer. Damn it! A Great Development Sacred Sect disciple shouted, "Form the array!" Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone moved closer and maintained a certain distance. Looking down from above, one could see that they had already set up a strange array. Great Spirit Amplification Illusion Array. This is a high-level combination martial arts technique. I didn't expect them to use it at the beginning of the battle. The Sect of All Times disciples are not weak either. If they don't use their full strength now, it will be difficult for them to turn the tables. While the crowd was discussing, the 20 to 30 Great Development Sacred Sect disciples released their cultivation at the same time. Then, they quickly connected with each other. In an instant, the entire fighting ring was covered by a vast amount of spiritual energy. Huff huff! All of a sudden, the spiritual energy gathered together and transformed into a gigantic Dharma idol. 6 thick and long arms extended from the Dharma idol. It's the spiritual illusion god. A Dharma idol formed by so many Great Development Sacred Sect disciples. Its strength is probably not weaker than a peak martial king, right? This is the foundation of a first-rate sect. Looking at the gigantic Dharma idol that was formed, Jun Changshao said with interest, "This is getting interesting." Getting interesting? Duan Zisho said coldly, "Jun Patriarch, I'm afraid you don't know that the power of this combination martial arts technique is extremely terrifying." "I can see that," Jun Changshao said. Judging from the aura of the Dharma idol, it was probably not weaker than a peak martial king. However, so what? In the life and death secret realm, my disciples used spirit beasts comparable to Wu Huang to practice. A mere peak martial king was not enough. Huff huff! The spiritual illusion god suddenly waved his 2 large hands and smashed them down on the Sect of All Times disciples. The power of the attack instantly stirred up the space, causing it to gradually distort. Under the pressure of the large hands, the sky darkened. The Sect of All Times disciples who were gathered together were indifferent. Even the corners of their mouths were raised in disdain. Why don't they dodge? Ta! Xiao Ziji took a step forward and stood behind his fellow disciples. Then, he suddenly opened his arms and dense earth element spiritual energy gathered between his palms. From the light screen, this man was like an indestructible wall. Huff huff! The spiritual illusion god's 2 large hands suddenly pressed down. Xiao Ziji's clothes were torn. Earth element spiritual energy burst out from every inch of his solid muscles and turned into two large hands, directly grabbing the large hands that pressed down. Why didn't his pants break? Go ask Kakarot. Ka. After catching the two heavy hands, the floor under Xiao Ziji's feet instantly shattered. The audience all opened their mouths. Rise! At this moment, Xiao Ziji's veins popped out. He suddenly exerted strength in his arms. Huff huff! The spiritual illusion god was directly lifted up. The 23 Saint Sun disciples who were responsible for supporting him could not help but take a step forward. Their eyes were immediately filled with shock. The Dharma idol formed by so many of us was actually pulled away by him alone. Just how strong was his physical strength? Ah! Xiao Zuiji, who had exposed his upper body, roared angrily. The power in his arms exploded wildly, and Spirit Illusion Elder was directly pulled up. Then, it drew a beautiful arc in the air, and fell heavily onto the other side of the fighting ring. Chapter 709. Boom! The Spirit Illusion Elder was lifted off the ground and fell to the ground. The martial artists, who were watching this scene through the projection array, all stared with their eyes wide open. The audience in the venue could directly see it, so their mouths were open enough to stuff a few eggs in. If it was a shoulder throw, it would still be understandable, but the Spirit Illusion Elder was a manifestation of spiritual energy, not a physical beast. That Sect of all times disciple actually lifted it up with his bare hands and then fell to the ground. This was too shocking. Moreover, it was formed by 23 martial kings. It was too explosive, too terrifying. Whoosh whoosh! A powerful aura spread out from the stage. Xiao Ziji exposed his upper body, his back facing the projection array, and explained to all the martial artists in the continent what it meant to have the strength to lift mountains. At that moment, the spectating martial artists only had 2 words for this Sect of all times disciple who had an explosive physical body. Awesome! In the distant Lily Sacred Sect. After Xiao Zui used his own strength to pull up the mountain and destroy the Dharma idol formed by the 23 martial kings, the entire sect fell into silence. The Lily Sacred Sect had originally signed up to participate in the Dragon-Tiger battle. Later, one of their most outstanding disciples was defeated by Xiao Ziji. They had lost a lot of face and could only apply for cancellation. Master! Murong Xian stood at the back of the mountain and looked at the man's back on the screen. She said bitterly, when he came to fight, he did not use his full strength, yes. At that time, Xiao Ziji did not use his full strength. He came to the Lily Sacred Sect to regain the dignity that he had lost, that was all. Cheng Huixin's eyes flashed with anger. She originally thought that her disciple could continue to cultivate and surpass Xiao Ziji, but now, from that guy's strength, the gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger. Damn it! Cheng Huixin was very unwilling. However, she had to accept the fact that the disciples of the Sect of all times were getting stronger and stronger. Senior Brother Xiao, mighty! Senior Brother Xiao, mighty! Iron Bone Mountain. When Xiao Ziji fell to the Spirit Illusion Elder, more than 10,000 disciples cheered in unison. Ah! Lu Wanshur held the spoon and danced with joy. The pitiful 1 black and 2 black stood in front of the stove, their faces covered with leaves. Once again, he returned to the stage. After Xiao Ziji threw Ling Huan Zun to the ground, the Great Development Sacred Sect's disciples could not control their bodies and staggered forward. When they steadied themselves and looked at the disciple of the Sect of all times, their eyes were filled with fear. This man was too terrifying. Form the formation. A disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted angrily. Shwa! Shwa! More than 20 people adjusted their positions and activated their spiritual energy to the maximum. The Illusion Senior, who had fallen to the ground, stood up again. Shwa! 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 8 arms swung, carrying the force of 10,000 caddies as they blasted towards Xiao Ziji. They were very angry. His Dharma idol was also stimulated to the extreme. Ka ka ka. Xiao Ziji, whose back was facing the spirit illusion elder, was covered in light as a solid black armor instantly formed. Huff huff. At this moment, spirit illusion elder's fist smashed down, and the power it carried instantly caused the ground to crack. Boom! Yang Yuhua rushed over and stood in front of senior brother Xiao. She stretched out her palms and directly caught the heavy fist. Ka ka ka. At the same time, streams of light surrounded her arms and spread to her entire body. When the light dissipated, a solid armor was already on her body. The process of Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua activating their spirit armor could only be described as handsome. The calmness they displayed throughout the process could only be described as pretentious. In Jun Changxiao's words, since they were participating in the dragon-tiger battle, they were here to show off. In this world, no one could stop the disciples of the sect of all times from showing off. If there was, then let them die. Huff! Huff! The other 7 arms pressed down fiercely. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold spread from afar, and layers of frost covered the big hands. Ice seal! Lu Qianqian crossed her jade-like hands and shouted coldly. Ka ka ka. The 7 arms pressing down were instantly frozen, and the falling speed was greatly reduced. It's sealed! The spectators exclaimed. This girl's understanding of the ice element is terrifying. An ice elementalist said in a deep voice. Boom! A fist hit the arm that Yang Yuhua had caught and directly smashed it into pieces. Then, He Wudi floated down and said, "Leave it to me." Shua! Shua! Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua dodged. He Wudi stood under the frozen arm and shook it. His slightly lazy gaze instantly turned sharp. "You're serious now?" Jun Changxiao asked. This last disciple's cultivation had improved very quickly, but he had never seen how strong his combat power was. Shua! He Wudi's spiritual energy gathered in his right fist and immediately used landslide fist. Huff huff! Huff huff! For a moment, the entire arena was filled with terrifying fist aura. Yi Xingchen frowned. He had been cultivating landslide fist, but in terms of power and momentum, it was obviously far from He Wudi's. Although Night Emperor was a reborn martial emperor, this last disciple was from the upper realm. In the battle at the evil Black Dragon Sect, if not for the demonic aura entering his body due to carelessness, the group of evil faction experts who used bloodthirsty technique would not have been enough for him. In this dragon-tiger competition, all the disciples of the sect of all times had cheat. He Wudi was flying in the sky and looked at all the cheat. Boom! 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 Before the seals on the 7 arms could be unlocked, numerous fist imprints were already flying towards him. Bang! 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 After a series of explosions, the illusion elder's arms were all broken. His spiritual energy turned into smoke and covered half of the arena. Shwa! He Wudi jumped up and stretched out 2 fingers. Huff huff! Crimson light quickly gathered and shot out a dazzling light beam. It blasted between the eyebrows of the tottering illusion elder and penetrated it. Pooh! Pooh! The disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect spat out blood. As their minds were in a mess, the condensed illusion elder dissipated on the arena. It's broken! Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their socket. Xiao Ziji's tossing of spirit illusion elder was already valiant enough, but that disciple actually killed him so easily. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "My last disciple should be as strong as a peak martial king. If I had known, I would not have brought him to the dragon-tiger competition." Why? Because he was too strong. He did not give the other participants any chance to survive. "Don't waste time." Lu Qianqian, who had been silent, said, "End the battle quickly." Li Qingyang and the others did not dare to disobey eldest senior sister's order. Shua! Shua! Therefore, they did not care about the injuries of the Great Development Sacred Sect disciple. They gathered all kinds of skills and attacked. Yi Xingqian was the most active one. After all, he had been called trash before the battle started. He would definitely vent his anger on the other participants. Plop! Plop! The injured disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect could not withstand the attacks of the disciples of the Sect of all times. They flew out of the arena one by one. The audience was dumbfounded. After a while, there was only one disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect left on the arena. The 25 disciples of the Sect of all times standing in front of him were either leaning to the side, hugging their hands, or squatting down. They were emitting a strong aura as if they had turned into monsters. Ah! The disciple of the Great Development Sacred Sect shouted angrily. In the end, before he could even make a move, he was sent flying by Su Xiaoma's kick and landed neatly with his family. At this moment, the first battle of the first round had ended. After a long pause, the referee said, "The Great Development Sacred Sect has been eliminated. The winner is the Sect of all times." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received Experience Talisman X2. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. A notification sounded in his ears. However, Jun Changshao was shocked and said, "What about the contribution points?" The system said, "This kind of side mission with a price tag will not give contribution points as a reward." F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Are you kidding me? P.S. There's more, please vote." Chapter 710. The first battle of the first round had ended. All 25 disciples of the Great Development Sacred Sect were sent flying. None of the disciples of the Sect of all times were eliminated. The entire Falling Star continent fell into absolute silence after the referee made the announcement. In the beginning, everyone thought that the Sect of all times would help the Great Development Sacred Sect advance effortlessly. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about this fifth-rate sect. Even the citizens of the Azure Sun County cheered for them, hoping that they could withstand the attacks of a first-rate sect. In the end, the Great Development Sacred Sect was defeated and became the stepping stone of the Sect of all times, helping them advance to the second round. Actually, they shouldn't have shouted for the Sect of all times to hold on. They should have shouted for the Great Development Sacred Sect to hold on. Unfortunately, they didn't hold on. Even with the Great Spirit Amplification Illusion Array, they were still mercilessly crushed by the disciples of the Sect of all times. This was the story of a river of sorrow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. They were fixed on the group of disciples of the Sect of all times who were standing irregularly on the stage. Some were leaning to the side, some were cupping their hands, and some were clenching their fists. Deep fear rose in their eyes. Monsters! Come and see, a group of monsters! Duan Zisho had the richest expression on his face. The Great Development Saint's disciples were all defeated. He even subconsciously rubbed his eyes to confirm if what he saw was real. It was real and effective. A first-rate sect that even his own disciples would go all out against, lost to the Sect of all times just like that. It was unimaginable and unbelievable. Hey! Jun Changshao, who was sitting at the side, leaned back in his chair and supported the back of his head with both hands. He smiled and said, "I hope your sect can pass the first round. This way we might still have a chance to meet." Duan Zisho's mouth twitched violently. Before the battle, he couldn't wait to meet the Sect of all times. However, now that the first-rate sect was defeated, he would definitely be unlucky to meet them in the second round. The elders of the various sects, who were originally regretting that they weren't matched with this fifth-rate sect, were now incomparably glad that they weren't matched in the first round. Therefore, all contempt and mockery could only be crushed by absolute strength. The Sect of all times defeated the Great Development Sacred Sect and undoubtedly used their actions to prove themselves to the world. Plop! In the certification center in southwest Yangzhou, Yi Tianxing collapsed on the chair that Elder Zhou had prepared for him like a deflated balloon. His breathing was rapid, and his fingers were trembling violently. No one knew that when the Grand Development's sacred ancestors were sent flying one by one, the dojo master's expression was very rich. When the competition was over, when the dust settled, only then did her little heart, which had been hanging in her throat, return to its original state, and she seemed to have collapsed. This meant that when a person was in a highly tense situation, they would expend a lot of energy. Even if it was a martial artist with a high realm, it would be hard to avoid this. Hall Master, Elder Zhou held onto the chair and said excitedly, "We won. The Sect of all times won, we won, we won." Tian Xing, who was leaning on the chair, murmured softly. Then, he could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. In the past Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy, the sects that were sent out were all eliminated in the first round. This time, the Sect of all times had finally broken the curse and advanced to the second round. How could he not cry tears of joy? Furthermore, the sect that represented Southwest Yangzhou had even created 2 new records. First, a fifth-rate sect had advanced to the second round. Second, a first-rate sect had been eliminated in the first round. In the past Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy, although the fifth-rate sects had occasionally participated, they had all been eliminated in the first round. After a long time, the fifth-rate sects no longer dared to participate. As for the first-rate sects that participated in each competition, they had never been eliminated in the second round, let alone in the first round. Today, the Sect of all times had defeated the Grand Development Sacred Sect. The legend of the first-rate sects being undefeated in the first round was completely broken. No wonder the entire Falling Star continent fell into silence after the judges announced the result. This was because the 2 records that this sect had created were truly unprecedented. They won. The Sect of all times won. After a short moment of silence, the tens of millions of citizens of Azure Sun County cheered excitedly. Many of them were so excited that their eyes were blurred with tears. Southwest Yangzhou is the weakest prefecture, and there is only one spot in each Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. If we go, we will only be a stepping stone for the other sects to advance to the second round. Azure Sun County is only a 9th-grade sect, and we are not in the eyes of the martial artists from the high-grade counties. It's okay. We have the Sect of all times. He represented Southwest Yangzhou and Azure Sun County. It was enough for him to defeat a godlike first-rate sect. Tens of millions of martial artists and citizens looked at the scattered disciples of the Sect of all times on the screen. Their backs were straightened like never before, and their faces were filled with ecstasy and pride. The Sect of all times is mighty. The Sect of all times is mighty. The angry shouts tore through the sky of Azure Sun County and spread even further. In the opposite direction, in Iron Bone Mountain, in the Sect of all times. Although the disciples were happy, they did not appear to be that crazy because it was normal for their senior brother to defeat a first-rate sect disciple. Very strong. How did they cultivate? If we encounter them, there will be a fierce battle. The participating disciples of the various sects, who had yet to enter the arena, stared solemnly at the disciples of the Sect of all times who were walking down from the arena. Defeating the Grand Development Sacred Sect had already attracted the attention of these sect geniuses. Everyone. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw Jun Changshao appear in front of the array again. He said to the camera, "These are my disciples. If you join the Sect of all times, you will be as strong as them." Everyone's mouth twitched. What are you waiting for? Action is better than excitement. His voice cracked when he shouted the last few words. It was mainly because he was too far away from the array and had to shout loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 of the organizers, Wu Huang, grabbed Jun Changshao and pressed him to the seat. They did not leave and stood in front of him with their arms crossed. This treatment was very good. I say, the 2 of you. Jun Changshao broke down. There are so many people here. Don't keep staring at me. The elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. If they did not keep an eye on you, you would fly up to advertise. Who the hell could stand this? The first battle of the first round ended. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others returned to their seat. Senior brother, Li Fei muttered, they are too weak. Li Qingyang said, the first-rate sects only sent their disciples to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. If they really fought for real and sent out their most elite disciples, we might not win so easily. With his steady personality, he would not deny the strength of the first-rate sects just because he defeated the Great Development Sacred Sect. After all, such forces with a strong foundation had many heaven-defying existences. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the first-rate sects, the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was nothing more than sending disciples to train their troop. Those most elite disciples would definitely put their thoughts on cultivation. I hope that the opponents in the next round will be stronger, Su Xiaoma said. Li Qingyang said, the patriarch said that in this dragon-tiger battle for hegemony, there are many strong geniuses. Next, we can take the opportunity to see them. Yes. Everyone focused on the sects that were about to appear. Unfortunately, the second round was fought by two fourth-rate sects, and they were not from the central region. Both sides chose to fight one-on-one. There was no excitement in watching the matches. So boring. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were sleepy. It was only when the second-rate world-defying sacred sect fought with a third-rate sect that they became interested. Because after the two sides chose to fight one-on-one, the guy called Ao Wushuang defeated 25 people by himself. Tsk tisk. Su Xiaoma said, a bit strong. He's a strong opponent. Li Qingyang said. Shua. After the referee announced the result, Ao Wushuang jumped down from the stage. When he returned to his original position, he swept his gaze across the disciples of the sect of all times and said disdainfully, trash. Yi Xingqian's gaze gradually became cold and said, the next round must be against the world-defying sacred sect. I want to crush him to death. P.S. Look at the situation. No babies, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, throw them over. Chapter 711. The competition continued. As expected, the high-level sects, especially the four first-rate sects, easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the second round. Of course, there were also low-level sects that defeated high-level sections. For example, the Iron Fist sect. This third-rate sect defeated a third-rate sect from the middle state and advanced to the second round. Although Zhao Dazhuang had only fought one match, his overwhelming cultivation made the audience believe that this kid's strength was definitely extraordinary. There are indeed many good geniuses in this dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. Many experts began to discuss among themselves. However, when they inadvertently looked at the disciples of the sect of all times and thought of the scene of them beating up the disciples of the first-rate sects, they secretly said, the disciples sent by the sect of all times are all monsters. You are Xiao Ziji? Zhao Dezhuang, who had just walked down, stopped outside the waiting area of the sect of all times. That's right, Xiao Ziji said. Zhao Dezhuang grinned and said, I hope we can meet in the next round. He was very excited when he defeated Spirit Illusion Elder with the strength to pick up a mountain. He also realized that his opponent's physical body was definitely very strong. His master was right. This disciple of the sect of all times was a very good opponent. If he could fight around, it would be worth the trip. I think so too, Xiao Ziji said. Meeting in the wild and walking with large strides while carrying a spirit beast, he had the urge to spar. Boom! After the final two sects emerged victorious, the first round of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy came to an end. The 200 sects had fought 100 rounds, so the sky was dark after all the matches were over. Everyone, City Lord Han said loudly, the first round of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy has ended. Please pay attention to the second round tomorrow. It was so satisfying. Especially the sect of all times. I didn't expect them to be the biggest upset and defeat the first-rate Grand Evolution Sacred Sect. The audience left the venue one after another, but they were still discussing the duel between the sects on the way back. Jun Changshao also stood up. However, after taking 2 steps, the 2 Wu Huang followed him. He was afraid that Zhang Xian would fly up and shamelessly advertise for the sect. Thus, he had to follow him closely. Buzz. All of a sudden, the projection array turned dark. After making sure that the formation has been closed, the 2 Wu Huang men finally feel relieved and leave. The 2 brothers stared at Jun Patriarch for half a day and were quite tired, so they found a restaurant to sit down and ordered a few dishes and 2 pots of wine to relax. Let's go, let's go. After the cultivators of the various provinces and cities saw the light curtain dimming, they got up and left one after another, secretly deciding to come early tomorrow to occupy a better position to watch the battle. Buzz. However, before they could leave, the dimmed light screen of the formation lit up again. Jun Changxiao's handsome face appeared once again. He stroked his hair and said with a smile, "Everyone, I, Hu Changxiao, am back." All the martial artists on the continent were petrified. Pooh! When the 2 Wu Huang from the organizer saw that the projection array was suddenly activated and that shameless guy appeared on the screen again, they spat out their wine on the spot and the chopsticks in their hands fell to the ground. Wasn't the formation turned off? Why did it turn on again? The 2 of them didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly flew out of the window. Then, they approached Jun Changshao, who was promoting his sect with great emotion. They each grabbed one of his arms and pulled him back, shouting, "Quickly close the array!" Several formation masters below were sweating profusely and communicating with the projection array. In the end, it took them a long time to turn it off again. He dared to hijack the formation just to advertise. Jun Patriarch. You're truly a lunatic. However, it also sounded the alarm for the organizer. They hurriedly sent dozens of formation masters overnight to reinforce the projection array and build a firewall to prevent it from being hacked again. More than that, in order to prevent that shameless guy from interfering with the competition again and forcefully advertising, City Lord Han sent several Wu Huang men. The next day, Jun Changshao was just sitting in the spectator seat. Swish, swish, swish. 10 burly brothers quickly surrounded him. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, "Excuse me, I want to go to the toilet." "We'll go with you." The 10 Wu Huang men shouted in unison. The mission given by City Lord Han was very simple. They must keep an eye on this guy and must not let him take the opportunity to fly into the projection array. Okay. Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and said, "I can still hold on for a while." Buzz. The projection array started again. On the screen, the 100 sects that had advanced to the second round entered one after another, leading to loud cheers. When the disciples of the sect of all times appeared, many of the audience members shouted again. Yesterday's unexpected defeat of a first-rate sect made them recognize this fifth-rate sect. They were willing to be fans and cheer for them. The sects were in position. City Lord Han did not waste any time and went straight to the point, asking the disciples to draw lots to choose their opponents for the second round. "Please don't draw the sect of all times. Please don't draw the sect of all times." A disciple representative walked up to the stage, stood in front of the box, and muttered silently. Yesterday he still wanted to draw it, but today he did not want to draw it. This kind of psychological change was quite big. Schwa. He reached in and took it out. The sect shown on the sign was not the sect of all times, which made the disciple let out a long sigh of relief. "Senior sister, you go." "Okay." Li Qingyang walked over again. After drawing lots, he was able to face it calmly. However, the disciples of the other sects were nervous and worried. They prayed in their hearts, "Please don't draw their own sects." Schwa. Li Qingyang raised his hand and stopped. Sect of all time's second round opponent is. City Lord Han probably knew that this new sect was very popular, so he deliberately dragged out his voice before announcing, Golden Brilliance Holy Sect. Not bad, not bad. The sects that were not selected immediately let out a long sigh of relief. However, Duan Zisho, who was sitting in the VIP spectator seats, was stunned. There were so many sections. Why was it his own sect? For this matter, the eliminated Grand Development Holy Sect was also thinking about it. There were so many sects, but why was it the first to be drawn? Brother. Jun Changshao looked through the small gap left by Wu Huang and grinned. It's finally as you wish. Duan Zisho's mouth twitched. Of course, he could not be pessimistic. Instead, he straightened his back and sneered. Meeting my Golden Brilliance Holy Sect, your sect of all time's Dark Horse road ends here. Is that so? Jun Changshao touched his chin. Gotcha. Gotcha. The round of drawing opponents continued, but in the area where the sect of all times was, there was already the sound of bones cracking. Su Xiaoma shook his head and rotated his wrist. There was a sinister smile on his face. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were also warming up before the battle. The patriarch's repeated instructions from last night rang in their ears. If you meet Golden Brilliance Holy Sect, beat them to death. Key words. Beat them to death. City Lord Han fully considered the topic. After the drawing ceremony was over, he announced loudly, the first battle of the second round, Sect of all times versus Golden Brilliance Holy Sect. Shua. Li Qingyang got up and waved his sleeves. Let's go. Shua. 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 Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others clenched their fists and then stepped onto the martial arts field. Hohu, they stood on the stage and looked at the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect disciples who were walking over. They released a powerful aura. It was as if their whole body turned black in an instant, and their eyes flashed with a sinister red light. Duan Zisho's heart suddenly thumped. Their eyes are so scary. The audience felt their hair stand on end as they watched. Those Golden Brilliance Holy Sect disciples who were walking over were also frightened. At this moment, it was most appropriate to describe them as panicking Holy Sect. P.S. I won't be as shameless as June Patriarch. I will weekly ask for vote. Chapter 7:12. When the disciples of the sect of all times stood on the stage, it was as if they had turned into demons from hell, exuding an extremely gloomy gaze. The disciples of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect panicked. This kind of terrifying gaze was too frightening. This is troublesome. Duan Zisho's face was extremely ugly. From the expressions of the disciples of the sect of all times, he guessed that once the fight started, it would definitely be stronger than yesterday. This elder could still muster up the courage to speak ruthlessly to Jun Changshao, but now he was terrified. He only hoped that after the fight started, the disciples would be easily defeated. Easily defeated? He had underestimated Jun Changshao's tolerance. Swish! Swish! The disciples of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect stood on the stage with difficulty. Compared to the disciples of the sect of all times, they seemed to be much weaker. The atmosphere is not right. The disciples of the sect of all times seemed to hate the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect. Everyone could see that something was wrong. At this moment, the referee stepped onto the stage and asked, "Representatives of both sides, do you want to fight one-on-one or in a chaotic battle?" "One-on-one," Li Qingyang said. Since the Patriarch had already given the order, he would definitely torture them one by one. "Qingyang, you've changed." The referee asked the representative of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect and then announced loudly, "The first battle of the second round of the Dragon Tiger battle for supremacy will be one-on-one. The first participant please come forward." "I'll go first." Yi Xingchen strode out and stood in the middle of the stage, his eyes flashing coldly. Junior Sunday, a disciple of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect said, "You're up." Junior Sun's mouth twitched slightly, but he could only bite the bullet and walk up. Let the battle begin, the referee announced loudly. However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xingchen appeared in front of the disciple of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect with cloud steps, his right hand whistling with a strong wind. Bang! This palm directly hit the opponent's face, causing him to fall to the ground with his teeth scattered all over the ground. Swish! Yi Xingchen strode forward, grabbed the guy's right leg and fiercely threw him to the other side. Boom! 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 The arena shook and the audience's mouths twitched. They couldn't even bear to look at the disciple of Jin Huang Holy Sect who was being thrown around. Too cruel, too brutal. Ao Wushuang's arrogance yesterday made the Night Emperor very angry. Therefore, even without the Patriarch's order, he would still give his opponent a good beating. Duan Zisho closed his eyes. Although he had a premonition that his disciple would suffer a calamity, he did not expect that he would be abused so miserably. Stop, stop, stop. The referee hurriedly stepped onto the stage to stop him. Contestant, Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony is nothing more than an exchange of pointers, not a battle of life and death. Please control your emotions and don't be so cruel. Even the referee was alarmed. It could be seen how terrifying Night Emperor was when he tortured people. Humph. Yi Xingchen stopped and casually threw the disciple of Jin Huang Holy Sect out of the arena. The humanized projection array even gave that guy a close-up shot. Many children were so scared that they hurriedly closed their eyes. Too tragic. Just how great is this hatred? Junior brother Yi. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly as he transmitted his voice. You're a bit too heavy-handed. The Patriarch said to torture him to death. Yi Xingchen did not retreat. Instead, he looked at the angry disciples of Jin Huang Holy Sect and said faintly, "Send someone to continue the battle." It was not enough to torture one person. He wanted to torture a few more. "I'll do it." A disciple of Jin Huang Holy Sect took the initiative to walk out. His eyes flashed with monstrous anger. Although he was very afraid of this guy, his fellow disciple was being tortured like a ghost. Any man with a bit of courage could not bear it. "Begin," the referee shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Stop, stop, stop. It had just begun and the referee could not stand it anymore. He went onto the stage to continue to stop Yi Xingchen. There was no other way. If he did not hurry up to dissuade him, it would be easy for him to lose his life. This old man was destined to be the busiest referee today. Because after defeating the second opponent, Night Emperor still chose to continue the battle. Every time the battle began, he would be merciless. Begin. Stop, stop, stop. Begin. Stop, stop, stop. After a few more battles, the referee went up and down to dissuade him. He was so tired that he was sweating profusely. I said, "Can't you guys replace that violent maniac so that my old bones can safely preside over this sect battle?" In a certain city, Yi Xingchen violently abused the disciples of Jin Huang Holy Sect again and again. The black-robed man leaning against the corner of the wall clenched his fists tightly. He was very familiar with these scenes. He had been involved, so he understood the pain of being abused very well. Some scars could be healed, but some scars would turn into scars, deeply imprinted on the skin and deeply imprinted in the heart. Gotcha. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "Yi Xingchen, if I, Dai Lu, don't trample you under my feet, I swear I am not a human." It turned out that he was our lovely brother Green Scarf. No wonder he hated Yi Xingchen so much. After all, he had been abused more than once. Of course, Dai Lu also realized that although he had the devouring power and could quickly improve his cultivation, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to that guy. It didn't matter. The path of martial arts had just begun. When I could use my ability freely and break through to a higher level, I would definitely be able to trample that guy under my feet and take back the humiliation I had suffered. Brother Green Scarf's spirit of never being discouraged despite repeated defeats is worth learning. The sad thing was, even if he had the devouring power, how could he compete with Yi Xingqian, who had been reborn as a martial emperor and was cultivating in the sect of all times? You just added a layer of buff. That guy added 2 layers of buff. There was no way to win at all. It was simply giving away the last time. It didn't matter, it didn't matter. Dai Lu took out a yellowed map, his eyes flashing with green light. As long as I can find the treasure inside, I will definitely be able to improve to a higher level. This was undoubtedly what he had obtained from the stall. His intuition told him that there must be a hidden great opportunity. Boss. At a stall in a certain city, a youth picked up the same yellowed map as Dai Lu's and said, "How much do you want to buy this?" "Young man," the stall owner said in a meaningful tone, "your eyes are very unique. This map is my family's heirloom. It is said that there is a great secret hidden in it, and only those who are fated can see it. Since you have taken a fancy to it, then it is fate. 10 taels of silver, take it?" "Okay, deal." The inexperienced youth handed over 10 taels of silver and left with the map in his hand. The old man took the money and said to himself, "I cheated another one. Phew." Dai Lu retracted his gaze from the screen and followed the route on the yellowed map. He could already foresee the scene of him finding the treasure and obtaining the opportunity, trampling on Yi Xingqian, and punching the sect of all times. Back at the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. When Yi Xingqian defeated the 10th disciple, Li Qingyang stopped him and let Su Xiaoma fight. The main reason was that he was too fierce. He was afraid that he would lose control and kill someone. Phew. Seeing that the violent maniac was replaced, the referee let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "Begin!" Boom. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Su Xiaoma had just started to abuse when the referee jumped up to stop him. He said with a face full of despair, "Is there any normal person in the sect of all times?" Plop. Plop. The 25 battles ended. The disciples of the Golden Brilliance Holy Sect were beaten by the disciples of the Sect of all times until they were paralyzed on the ground like mud. "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "thank you for letting me win." Duan Zishou powerlessly slumped on his seat. He brought his disciples to participate in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy for the sake of ranking. In the end, he was eliminated in the second round, and he was beaten so miserably. The 10 brothers surrounding Sect Master Jun tensed up. Because, according to that guy's character, he might just suddenly rush towards the projection array and advertise for them. Watch him. Watch him closely. P.S. Happy Lantern Festival. Keep the recommendation ticket for me tomorrow. Chapter 713. Not only did Golden Brilliance Holy Sect lose, but their disciples were also ruthlessly beaten up. From the way they were carried down, it wasn't hard to tell that they had suffered both physical and mental injuries. How pitiful! Sect of all times disciples are too ruthless. The audience discussed, and at the same time, they also understood the cruel side of Sect of all times. Those participating Sect disciples couldn't help but feel nervous. They were worried that if they continued, would they also be beaten up badly in the next round? Don't worry. As long as they weren't remembered, they would be safe. Except for the second-rate world-defying Holy Sect. Because of Ao Wushuang's arrogance, even if Jun Changshao didn't care, Yi Xingqian, who was more narrow-minded, had already remembered it in his heart. Trash. Knight Emperor looked at the arrogant guy opposite him and secretly said, "Don't get eliminated." Ao Wushuang looked over with a disdainful smile. Although this Sect of all times disciples' performance was very good in his eyes, they were just vulgar trash. Golden Brilliance Holy Sect is eliminated. Winner, Sect of all times. The referee's weak voice sounded in the venue and transmitted through the screen to all the cities in the continent. Why was he weak? Wasn't it because he frequently came up to stop them? They won again. Sect of all times won again. When the referee's voice reverberated in Azure Sun County, all the cities once again fell into a frenzy. Yi Tianxing sat on the chair again, and his expression changed from dull to ecstatic. In the end, he covered his face with both hands, and his body trembled violently. It was unknown whether he was laughing or crying. They broke the curse and entered the second round, and now they entered the third round. This newly promoted fifth-rate sect had been creating new records that belonged to the Southwest Yangzhou sect. Proud. Mu Changhong, who was in the city lord's mansion, was also full of smiles. The sect of all times's performance had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to advertise. However, Jun Changshao could only sit there obediently because the 10 brothers beside him were staring at him. There was no way out for him at all. He held his stomach and said, "My stomach hurts, here." One of the brothers threw a wooden bucket over and said indifferently, "Put it inside." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Then, he pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, a gray plane." The 10 brothers remained indifferent and continued to stare at him with their eyes wide open. "All right." Jun Changshao gave up. He leaned against the chair and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he continued to release his spiritual thoughts to penetrate the projection array, but he ran into a wall again and again. The organizer had done a perfect job of preventing fire, theft, and Changshao. The second round of the competition was still going on. The various sects and clans went up the stage one after another, displaying all their martial arts skills and fighting brilliantly. After the disciples of the sect of all times returned to their positions, they would also choose to watch the battle. For example, Xiao Ziji's attention was on Zhao Dezhuang. When Zhao Dezhuang appeared, he would naturally pay close attention. Shua! On the battle stage, sword light flashed. Clang! After a while, the spirit sword sect disciple casually sheathed his sword. The clothes of the participants standing beside him were cut by the sword, but their skin was not injured. What a fast sword! As expected of a sword genius who has comprehended the fast realm. This spirit sword sect also has a lot of potential. Hearing the discussion of the elders nearby, Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "That guy is Jian Feiyun." From the information given by Tang Ren, this person had a lot of experience, mainly because he was a sword cultivator and had comprehended a sword realm. His strength was the most difficult to determine. Zhou Hong should be very concerned, right? Sure enough, when Jun Changshao looked at his disciple, he saw that he was staring at Jian Feiyun, his eyes flashing with a strong desire to fight. Some people would ask, dragons and tigers can use weapons? Yes, as long as both sides agreed, the battle would be changed from hand-to-hand combat to armed combat. The competition continued. Next up was the world-defying sacred sect. Ao Wushuang once again defeated all his opponents by himself, displaying an extremely powerful combat strength. He could be so arrogant because he had the capital. Shua. After Ao Wushuang stepped down from the stage, he stopped in the waiting area of the sect of all times and gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs down provocatively. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched. In the sect, Yi Xingchen's temper was the most violent. This guy kept provoking him, which was equivalent to crazily testing the line between life and death. "Senior brother," Li Fei whispered, "I bet that if junior brother Yi meets that guy, he can beat him up until he can't get out of bed for half a year." "Half a year is too short," Tianqi said. "In my opinion, he'll be bedridden for at least 2 or 3 years. No. Su Xiaoma said seriously, "With junior brother Ye's personality, that guy will probably die on the stage." Li Fei and Tianqi were startled. If someone died, it would be a big deal. Li Qingyang was also worried about this, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Junior brother Yi, if you really meet this person, you must control your emotions. You must not do anything extreme." Yi Xingchen said with a cold gaze, "Do I look like someone who would mess around?" Whoosh whoosh. Killing intent filled the air. Li Qingyang and the others' mouths twitched, and they all said in their hearts, "Yes." After half a day of competition, the second round ended. The 4 first-rate sects continued to be strong and smoothly advanced to the third round. The fourth-rate sects from other states were all wiped out, and the ones left on the stage were at least third-rate sections. Of course, Sect of All Times was an exception. This fifth-rate sect was able to advance to the third round, which caused less shock than yesterday. After all, they stepped on a first-rate sect to advance in the first round, so it was normal for them to defeat a second-rate sect. There are still 50 sects left. I wonder what level of opponent the Sect of All Times will draw tomorrow. Looking at their performance in the previous 2 rounds, unless they draw another first-rate sect, it will be difficult for the second-rate and third-rate sects to stop this big dark horse from advancing. Iron Fist Sect and Spirit Sword Sect are very strong, especially Zhao Dezhuang and Jian Feiyun. They may not be unqualified to fight the Sect of All Times. Although many disciples participated in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, if there was a very strong existence, they could completely turn the situation around with their own strength. For example, last year's finals. A second-rate sect against a first-rate sect. Although their overall strength was not as good, and they had lost many matches in a row, when their core disciples fought, they won 13 matches in a row, directly locking in the victory and becoming the champion. This was a classic example of heroism. Although it was the opposite of the purpose of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, there would always be one person who would lead the sect forward. Iron Fist sects Zhao Dezhuang and Spirit Sword sects Jian Feiyun, in the eyes of many powerhouses, undoubtedly had the ability to turn the situation around by themselves. Therefore, many first-rate and second-rate sects did not dare to underestimate the 2 third-rate sections. If they met in the next round, they would definitely go all out. Of course, they were even more afraid of the Sect of All Times. Because after the 2 matches, there seemed to be more than one disciple who could turn the situation around with their own strength. Chapter 7:14. The organizers of the Dragon and Tiger tournament did an excellent job of guarding against Jun Changshao. They did not give him any chance to advertise. Therefore, when the tournament ended on the second day, the entire continent did not see his handsome face. The world was peaceful, and life was more beautiful. Of course, the advertising effect was still there. Especially when the Sect of All Times defeated the first-rate and second-rate sects and advanced to the third round, many boys and girls were tempted. When the tournament ends, I must go to Azure Sun County. I can't wait now. I heard that this sect's assessment is very strict. I wonder if I can pass. No matter which sect won the Dragon and Tiger tournament, the Iron Bone Mountain would soon attract a large number of youths to participate in the assessment. With the current number of people in the Sect of All Times, if they recruited another batch of disciples, they would undoubtedly be closer to reaching the maximum number of 20,000. The next day, Jun Changshao sat in the spectator area again. Shua, shua, shua. 10 brothers stood in front of him, leaving only a gap for him to watch the battle. It was hard to find such treatment in the entire Starfall continent to be protected by so many Wu Huang. Let's welcome the participants. City Lord Han's deep voice sounded again. Shua, shua. The disciples of the Sect of All Times strode into the venue, and the entire venue was filled with thunderous cheers. In a world where martial arts were respected, the strong were worshipped the most. Li Qingyang and the others had undoubtedly attracted countless fans in the first 2 rounds. Yi Xingqian! Yi Xingqian! A group of girls shouted excitedly. The male spectator's mouth twitched. That guy was so brutal yesterday, and you actually care so much about him? Are your brains kicked by a donkey? It was mainly because of Night Emperor's strong aura. Especially when he stood proudly with his arms crossed for the past 2 days. He was definitely a girl killer. Although Xiao Ziji's performance in the first round against the first-rate sects was amazing, many girls chose to ignore him because of his aura. Hearing someone call his name, Yi Xingqian frowned slightly and said, A bunch of vulgar fans. Yi Xingqian is looking at me. That cold gaze is so handsome. I can't. 50 disciples entered the venue one after another. The old rules. The drawing of lots continued. Li Qingyang didn't say anything. He walked towards the drawing box and took out a token. After 2 bad matches, he finally won this time. The Sect of all times drew a third-rate sect as their opponent for the 3rd round. It's over. Despair appeared on the faces of the disciples who were hit. Especially when she looked at Yi Xingqian and recalled the horrifying scene of violence from yesterday. A chill ran down her spine from the soles of her feet. This third-rate sect is so pitiful. A moment of silence for them. The audience now had high hopes for the Sect of all times. As long as they didn't meet a first-rate sect or a sect with a top genius, they would definitely advance to the next round. True enough, after drawing lots, the battle began. The Sect of all times easily defeated this third-rate sect that the author didn't even bother to name. It's too simple. Su Xiaoma shook his head. It's not as satisfying as sparring in the sect. Li Qingyang said, this is only the 3rd round. The later opponents will only be stronger. Don't let your guard down. A few hours later, the 3rd round of battles ended. A total of 25 sects advanced to the 4th round. Today's battle was also an upset. The Iron Fist School defeated a second-rate sect from the Middle Continent with a third-rate sect. The 2 sects chose a chaotic battle mode. In the beginning, the second-rate sect definitely suppressed the Iron Fist School. However, Zhao Dazhuang relied on his strong physical body to send dozens of cultivators flying, directly establishing the victory. This was a classic example of relying on one person's strength to forcibly bring the sect to the next round. That guy is too strong. His body is like steel. He can still counterattack after taking on so many people's attacks. The Sect of all times' Xiao Ziji's defense is also not bad. When the 2 of them meet, they will definitely have an exciting physical battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. In the waiting area, Xiao Ziji's fighting spirit grew stronger after seeing Zhao Dazhuang's battle. 25 sects advanced. How would they be distributed? If there was a situation where they couldn't match all their opponents, the organizer would choose to give one sect a bye. Coincidentally, the sect that won the last round was all injured. The higher-ups of the sect assessed that they couldn't continue to fight in the next round and could only helplessly announce that they forfeited. The further they went, the more intense the battles became. It was not uncommon for both sides to be injured or to have a difficult victory. This was still considered good. At least the winner forfeited. In the previous dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, there would occasionally be 2 equally matched sections. They would fight until they were completely exhausted and unable to determine a winner. In the end, they could only return home together. The 3rd day of battles ended. The initial excitement in the Azure Sun County and southwest Yangzhou gradually calmed down. Normally, a competition of this scale should get more difficult as it progressed. However, the Sect of all times gave them the feeling that it was getting easier as they fought. Especially the opponents in the 3rd round, which could be said to be effortless. If they fought against a first-rate sect at the beginning and reached the peak, it would naturally be boring if they met weaker opponents later on. At this moment, the most exciting thing was that the Sect of all times' next opponent would be a first-rate sect. There are still 4 first-rate sects left. There is a high chance that they will be drawn tomorrow. TSK, a 5th-rate sect in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy will meet 2 first-rate sections. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I hope that disciple called Li Qingyang doesn't wash his hands and gets drawn against a first-rate sect tomorrow. Although the battles in the past 2 days were exciting, the audience was more willing to see the Sect of all times fight against a first-rate sect. Only then would there be excitement. If one couldn't forget it, there would definitely be an echo. On the 4th day of the competition, Li Qingyang once again walked to the drawing table. When he stretched out his hand, City Lord Han loudly shouted, "The sect of all times' opponent is Tiangang's sacred sect. Another first-rate sect. Ha ha ha, there will be a good show to watch." The entire continent went into an uproar after City Lord Han's announcement. It can't be. Jun Changshao, who was under strict surveillance, face-bombed and said, "How did we meet a first-rate sect again? In the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, there had never been a low-level sect that would meet two first-rate sects consecutively. This was because if they did, they would definitely be eliminated." Second senior brother, Yi Xingchen, couldn't hold it in anymore and said in a low voice, "I'll draw tomorrow." Ever since Ao Wushuang provoked him, he wanted to be his opponent in the next round. However, every time he drew, he was disappointed. "All right," Li Qingyang said, "you'll do it tomorrow." "Phew." Su Xiaomao exhaled and said, "The first 2 rounds were too easy. This round, we finally meet someone who can fight." "Gotcha. Gotcha." Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others all rubbed their palms in anticipation. "Let's go." Li Qingyang strode forward. Su Xiaomao and the others followed closely behind. Their backs turned pitch black again, as if they had entered their demonic state again. The audience hoped that the sect of all times would meet a strong opponent to show their dark horse potential. Naturally, they also hoped that they would meet a stronger opponent and not be defeated so easily like in the previous round. Ta. Li Qingyang and the others stood on the stage together. The projection array showed the scene one by one and gradually moved to the distance. The unyielding aura instantly filled the entire venue. Seeing the terrifying aura of the sect of all times disciples, the elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. They were just a fifth-rate sect, but why were their special effects so awesome? Swoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the spectator stand, stood up. This sudden action shocked the 10 elders, and they all unleashed their cultivation as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of them even reached out to stop him. "Tiangang Holy Sect!" Jun Changshao clenched his fists and shouted, "Hold on!" Plop! The elders of the various sects all fell to the ground. "Big brother, your disciples are here to fight, but you're here to be a joke. Tiangang Holy Sect, hold on! Tiangang Holy Sect, hold on!" Following Jun Changshao's lead, the entire venue was filled with loud cheers. Chapter 7:15. In the battle between the sect of all times and Tiangang's sacred sect, Jun Changshao, as the patriarch, was actually cheering for the opponent. This caused the elders of the various sects to break down. "Can you be more serious in such a sacred competition?" Jun Changshao was very serious. Cheering for Tiangang's sacred sect was just like shouting. Facing their own monstrous disciple, they had to hold on and not be beaten to a pulp. The audience was spurred on and started to shout along with him. This was also the meaning behind it. It wasn't that Tiangang's sacred sect wasn't good enough, but that the sect of all times was too strong. They wanted to comfort and encourage the first-rate sections. Hearing the cheers from the audience, the faces of the Tiangang's sacred sect's higher-ups turned green. How much do they look down on us? Why are they cheering for us? Or is the sect of all times so strong that they are invincible? Damn it! The Tiangang's sacred sect disciple who went up the stage had anger in his eyes. First-rate sects were the most dazzling existences wherever they went. Now that they were facing a fifth-rate sect, they were being pitted by the crowd. This was unacceptable. High-level sects had dignity, and no one could casually blaspheme it. Fight. They had to fight. Hoo-hoo. The Tiangang's sacred sect disciples' cultivation was fully unleashed. Anger and spiritual energy gathered together, and the aura they emitted was much stronger than the Grand Evolution sacred sect. "Are you serious?" Jun Changshao sat down and crossed his arms. "This is interesting. Only by defeating the angry Tiangang's sacred sect disciple could they prove to the world that the sect of all times was strong." "Babies," Jun Changshao said, Use your strength to conquer more fans. On the stage, the referee walked up and said, "Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a chaotic battle?" The Tiangong sacred sect disciple said in a deep voice, "Chaotic battle." Their sect was very knowledgeable in formations, and it could be seen from the words Tiangong. Thus, they would definitely choose a group fight. Li Qingyang said, "Then let's have a chaotic battle. It would be a waste of time to fight one-on-one, so it would be better to fight with the other sects and have fun." The first battle of the fourth round of the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy, both sides will have a chaotic battle. The referee shouted. Chaotic battle? Isn't this what Tiangong Saint Sect wants? This sect's Big Dipper formation is even more powerful than the Great Evolution Sacred Sect's Spiritual Illusion formation. The opponents I met in the first few rounds were too weak, so I haven't used it yet. Everyone's gazes immediately became heated. If the Tiangong Holy Sect could use their unique formation, it would definitely be an extremely exciting battle. The disciples of the sect of all times might not be able to withstand it. Begin. The referee shouted and quickly left the stage. Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and the others clasped their hands together as they warmed up before the battle. The corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Judging from the aura of the Tiangong Saint Sect's disciples, they were much stronger than the Great Development Saint Sect's disciples. Shua! Shua! At this moment, a Heavenly Dipper Saint Sect member stood on the spot and suddenly stretched out his palms. Pa! 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 Several disciples behind him quickly closed in and placed their palms on the backs of their fellow disciples to form a series. Then, they poured all their strength into the person at the front. Immediately, thick and heavy spiritual energy burst out of his palms. Third form of the Heavenly Dipper, Great Annihilation Palm. Buzz, buzz. Spiritual energy suddenly burst out from his palms. Two faintly discernible palm prints came crashing down with a terrifying force. This kind of palm technique that was jointly used by many Tiangong Saint Sect disciples was very explosive. One could clearly see that the space seemed to have caved in due to the pressure. Big Dipper formation. I didn't expect them to use it right from the start. Everyone was excited. Ho-hoo! Two seemingly invisible palms came crashing down with a force that shook the space. However, the disciples of the sect of all times who were standing on the stage looked indifferent. Ta-ta! Yang Yuhua rushed out from the crowd. During the process, she activated her spirit armor and put it on her body. Mountain crumbling fist. Boom! 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 The explosive spiritual energy was rampant in the stage. The two palms that came crashing down from the front were constantly pushed back by Yang Yuhua's fists. Deng deng deng. The few Tiangong Saint Sect disciples who were condensing their moves were pushed back by the palms. Their faces turned extremely ugly. The strength of the palms condensed by so many of them was comparable to that of a high-grade martial king. This sect of all times disciple was able to push them back with just her fist. Her strength was too terrifying. Boom! Boom! Long Xiang and Song Xianzhou rushed over from both sides. They gathered spiritual energy in their fists and crushed the two palms with overwhelming force. Dang! 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 The few Tiangong Saint Sect disciples were pushed back as the blood in their bodies began to boil. Change the formation! The leading disciple shouted. The 25 Tiangong Saint Sect disciples quickly separated and stepped on fixed point. They quickly formed strange hand seals. Bang! Bang! A soft sound came from the stage. Another 25 Tiangong Saint Sect disciples appeared out of thin air. Tiangong 9th Style, Clone. Although those extra clones are illusions, they still contain 50% of the user's attack power. 50 against 25. This is a little tricky. Look, the disciples of the sect of all times are smiling. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw a faint smile on the corners of those fellows' mouths, and their eyes flickered with the luster of burning battle intent. Go! Li Qingyang shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei rushed over with cloud-treading steps. Both of them unleashed their spiritual energy and gathered it at their feet. Instantly they launched the coldest attack. The Tiangang Saint Sect disciples were fearless. They controlled their clones to meet the attack. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two sects' disciples launched the most exciting battle on the stage. Great Annihilation Palm. Red Sky Flame Slash. Huff, huff. All kinds of energy exploded, and the space in the area was shattered. Swoosh. Yi Xingchen rushed into the crowd and grabbed a Tiangang Saint Sect disciple's face with one hand. He dragged the disciple far away and slammed him on the ground. Boom. The disciple disappeared. Apparently, it was just a clone. Great Annihilation Palm. At this moment, a few Tiangang Saint Sect disciples gathered the third move of Tiangang and attacked from behind. Boom. Boom. Xiao Ziji, who was fully equipped, received the attack. Mind your own business. Yi Xingchen snorted. He used cloud-treading steps and rushed to the person who ambushed him. He punched him in the face and sent him flying. Boom. Boom. Su Xiaoma, Long Xiang, and the rest followed suit and destroyed the clones on the spot. Through the big screen, it could be seen that although the sect of all times had fewer disciples, they had the upper hand in the battle against the Tiangang Saint Sect. Xiao Ziji and Yang Yuhua were the main defenders. Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, and the rest were the main attackers. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei made use of their speed to attack. The entire battle was fought in an orderly manner. The audience was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a sect fight in such an artistic manner during a chaotic battle. The Tiangang Saint Sect focused on various arrays and had strong teamwork. However, compared to the sect of all times, they were too weak. To be exact, they were completely crushed. Their strength and teamwork were not inferior to them. In fact, they were even stronger. How could they fight? Boom. Boom. 10 minutes later, the Tiangang Saint Sect disciples were defeated one by the sect of all times' disciples. They had really worked hard. They had fought in their strongest state from the start. However, they still could not win against a bunch of cheaters. Tiangang Saint Sect, hold on. Tiangang Saint Sect, hold on. The audience stood up and shouted. Their voices shook the sky and had a tragic tone. Every time they shouted, the camera seemed to slow down infinitely. The Tiangang Saint Sect disciples fell one by one in different postures and expressions. At that moment, the readers at the scene were all in tears. After a long time, City Lord Han's deep voice rang in the air. Tiangang Saint Sect eliminated. Sect of all times advances. Chapter 7:16. In the end, Tiangang Sacred Sect couldn't hold on and lost to the disciples of the Sect of all times. However, it was a glorious defeat. After the battle ended, most of the disciples of the Sect of all times were breathing rapidly. They were clearly very engrossed in the battle and had a great time. Thank you for letting me win. Li Qingyang cupped his hands with a friendly smile. Thank you for letting me win. The Tiangang Sacred Sect disciple, who was lying on the ground, cupped his hands with difficulty. The Tiangang array had evolved in various ways, but it couldn't do anything to the disciples of the Sect of all times. Therefore, this disciple admitted his defeat wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha, we won again. Cheers came from Qingyang County. They didn't feel anything when they defeated a third-rate sect yesterday, but the excitement of defeating a first-rate sect today immediately returned. Sect Master! Sect Master! Quick, quick, pinch his philtrum. Huff huff! After the simplest rescue, Yi Tianxing jumped up from his chair. His expression kept changing. In the end, he squatted on the ground and covered his face. We won against a first-rate sect again. This isn't a coincidence. This isn't a coincidence. Elder Zhen and Elder Zhou could understand why their sect master was almost crazy. After all, their initial plan was for the sect of all times to break through the curse and advance to the second round. Now, not only did they meet the requirements, but they also defeated 2 first-rate sects consecutively. During the next meeting with the higher-ups of the certification center, the sect master would definitely hold his head high and be in high spirits. Everyone. At this moment, the long-awaited handsome face appeared on the array screen. These are the disciples of our sect of all times. They used their strength to prove that even if a first-rate sect is very strong, as long as you cultivate in the sect of all times, you can still create miracles. The sect elders were dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy being targeted by Ten Wu Wang? Why did he fly up again? Whoosh! Everyone lowered their heads. The 10 burly brothers were frozen in place. A very strong aura was emitted around them. This. The sect elders widened their eyes. How strong was the aura to directly suppress so many Wu Huang to the point where they couldn't move? People must have dreams, or else they are no different from salted fish. Jun Changxiao's entire face was about to melt into the array. He said, "The sect of all times is the place where you can realize your dreams. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come, Jun Patriarch." A voice came from behind, "That's enough. Wait for me to finish." Jun Changxiao suddenly shut his mouth, and then fell down with his tail between his legs. This was because the person who had appeared behind him was none other than City Lord Han. Judging from his aura, he was definitely Wu Sheng. Jun Patriarch definitely couldn't afford to provoke such a powerhouse without relying on system items. Shua! City Lord Han landed in front of Jun Changxiao and said with his hands behind his back, "You guys can leave. I'll watch over Jun Patriarch." Yes. The 10 brothers disappeared. Just like that, in order to prevent Jun Changxiao from advertising again, the top experts of the Starfall continent personally stood behind him. "City Lord Han," Jun Patriarch said, "do you have any children? Why don't you let them come to my sect of all times to cultivate? I guarantee that I will be able to nurture them into proud sons of heaven." City Lord Han had a good temper. If it was a hot-tempered rancor, he would definitely press this fellow's face to the ground and rub it with all his might. The 4th round of the competition continued, and it was also exceptionally fierce. This was because the sects that were able to reach this round all had extremely powerful cultivations. With Zhao Dezhuang and Jian Feiyun in charge of the third-rate sects, they had successfully occupied 2 of the top 12 spots. World-defying Sacred Sect had also cleanly defeated his opponent. Moreover, Ao Wushuang was truly strong. From the beginning to the end, he had been trampling on his opponent with the attitude of a king. However, this guy's ability to court death was also very outstanding. Every time he passed by Yi Xingchen, he would act extremely arrogant. To be able to defeat 2 first-rate sects, you do have some ability. Ao Wushuang stopped again, and said with a sinister smile, "But you better pray that you don't meet world-defying Sacred Sect in the next round, otherwise I will let you bunch of trash understand what absolute power is." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei frowned. If not for the fact that they were still participating in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, they would have already made their move. Young Patriarch, a disciple of the world-defying Sacred Sect, said, "Let's go." Ao Wushuang picked up the black hair in front of his forehead and said indifferently, "A bunch of trash, see you tomorrow." "Damn it," Su Xiaoma said angrily. "I really want to jump out and beat him up." "Don't be impulsive," Li Qingyang said. If he fought privately in the arena, he would definitely lose the qualifications to participate. However, what surprised him was that Yi Xingchen, who was standing at the side, had a calm expression from start to finish, as if he did not hear the other party's ridicule. Could it be that junior brother Yi had changed his nature? Don't care what others say. No. Yi Xingchen did not change his nature. He was expressionless and speechless, but he was too lazy to pay attention to a guy who he had labeled as a dead man. The next day, under the cheers of the crowd, 12 sects entered the arena. Of the sects that could enter this round, 3 were first-rate, 2 were third-rate, 1 was fifth-rate, and the remaining 6 were second-rate. Please don't draw the sect of all times. When the drawing ceremony began, the disciples of the various sects all prayed, even the first-rate sects were no exception. No one thought that the sect of all times relied on luck to defeat the Great Development Sacred Sect and the Heavenly Dipper Sacred Sect. Instead, they had true strength. If they were to meet with them, they would definitely be eliminated. I'll do it. When the disciples of several sects chose their opponents one after another, and did not choose the world-defying sacred sect, Yi Xingchen was one step ahead of the others, and was the first to arrive at the drawing box. Schwa! He reached in and took it out. The opponent of the sect of all times is... City Lord Han once again dragged out his voice. Iron Fist School. Crack. Yi Xingchen directly crushed the token, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Phew! The sects that were not selected let out a sigh of relief. The Iron Fist School was also a dark horse, especially with Zhao Dazhuang's strength. The two sects meeting in this round was undoubtedly what they wanted to see the most. The two contestants with the strongest defensive performance have finally met. It will definitely be exciting. The audience did not care about who would win in the end, they only cared about whether Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang could put on an exciting battle. Junior brother, Li Qingyang said, I'll leave Zhao Dezhuang to you. Xiao Ziji said. At that moment, his blood seemed to be burning, and the desire to fight surged in his heart. Zhao Dezhuang also had the same feeling. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other at the same time, and walked towards the stage at the same time. Two heavy auras suddenly gathered in the air, as if they had already begun to collide. On the stage, the referee asked, Both sides, do you want to fight one-on-one or a chaotic battle? Fight one-on-one. Zhao Dezhuang said, 1 round to determine the winner. This, the referee looked at Xiao Ziji and said, Does your sect agree? Dragon and Tiger battle for hegemony was either a group of people fighting one-on-one or a group of people fighting. There was no rule to determine the winner in 1 round. Of course, if someone suggested this way of playing, and the other side did not object, the organizer would definitely acquiesce. Xiao Ziji turned around and looked at his fellow sect members. After getting the answer from their smiles, he straightforwardly said, I agree. Chapter 717. Zhao Dezhuang's name sounded very tacky, but he was very smart. After a few rounds in the sect of all times, each of them could hold their own and had the ability to turn the situation around. There was no hope of advancing to the next round. Therefore, the only chance for the sect to advance was to decide the winner in 1 round. Without a doubt, although Zhao Dezhuang was eager to battle with Xiao Ziji, he also hoped that the Iron Fist School could go further in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. His plan was very clumsy. Any sect that was slightly normal would not agree to it. However, Xiao Ziji agreed. He was willing to decide the winner in 1 round. Both contestants choose to fight one-on-one and decide the winner in 1 round. The referee's voice sounded. 1 round to decide the winner? The audience was dumbfounded when they heard this. The sect of all times had so many amazing disciples, but they only wanted to fight 1 round with the Iron Fist School. Was there a hole in their brain? Moreover, Zhao Dezhuang was very strong. Even if one of the sect of all times disciples could not defeat him, they could still send someone else. Now that they chose to decide the winner in 1 round, as long as Xiao Ziji lost, it would be equivalent to losing everything. Crazy! Of course he's crazy. All the martial artists shook their heads. In many people's opinion, the sect of all times would definitely win against the Iron Fist School. After all, the latter only had 1 Zhao Dezhuang, and the rest were all salted fish. However, choosing to decide the winner in 1 round was undoubtedly pushing oneself to the edge. What made the audience even more speechless was, when the camera panned to the sect of all times disciples, they all had smiles on their faces, as if they did not care that Xiao Ziji decided to decide the winner of the sect by himself. That was too big of a heart. All the martial artists could not understand the feelings between the sect of all time's disciples that surpassed friendship. Since Xiao Ziji had met an evenly matched opponent in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, they had to cooperate with him and fight without any regrets, not to mention deciding the winner in one round. If he wanted to, he could even decide the winner in one round. After all, they would not lose anything if they lost. At most, the Patriarch would just be squatting in a corner and crying. June Patriarch. City Lord Han asked, "Are you sure your noble sect wants to settle this in one round?" Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, folded his arms and said proudly, "The disciples will decide the matters in the arena. I am only responsible for watching and being proud of them." City Lord Han was silent for a moment before saying, "To be able to manage an obscure sect to such an extent in such a short time, this Han is truly impressed." He was definitely not being polite. So, Jun Changshao smiled and said, "City Lord Han, have you thought it through and decided to send your children to my sect to cultivate?" City Lord Han's mouth twitched. His 3 sentences were always about recruitment. Just how badly did he need disciples? Very little. He was short of over 80,000. Iron Fist School, Zhao Dezhuang. Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji. From the start of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy until now, neither side's disciples had reported their names. It could be seen that Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang really regarded each other as strong opponents. "If I don't write a few chapters, I'll be letting them down." Huff, huff, all of a sudden, a thick and heavy aura burst out from their bodies and collided madly in the air like a tidal wave. Before the match even started, their auras had already clashed. Exciting! After the 2 of them unleashed their auras, the entire venue suddenly became solemn. Even the referee was affected. He silently retreated, and then roared, veins bulging on his forehead, "Begin!" Huff, huff! As soon as his voice fell, violent spiritual energy burst out instantly, forming an earth-shattering aura that swept over instantly. Not good, the referee's face changed and he hurriedly retreated. Shwa! Shwa! On the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang unleashed their cultivation and moved at the same time. The aura around the 2 of them seemed to have turned into a dragon and a tiger respectively. They charged forward with great force. At that moment, the blood of the entire mainland's audience was boiling. After fighting for several days, only at the beginning of the match did they truly understand what was called a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even City Lord Han, whose cultivation base had reached Wuxing's, couldn't help but stare at the stage. After all, these 2 young people were both moldable talent. What kind of wonderful sparks could they create when they meet? Just watch. He stretched out his right hand and pressed Jun Changshao, who was about to take off, back to his seat. Boom! Boom! On the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang had already begun their fierce battle. The 2 of them moved back and forth on the stage, waving their fists frequently, causing spiritual energy to ripple. That movement, that speed of the fist. It was so fast that it dazzled the eyes of the audience. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them exchanged a few blows while rushing forward and then quickly separated. The clothes on his body were completely shattered by the spiritual energy explosion, revealing muscles that could make a woman faint. Not bad. Zhao Dezhuang's eyes were burning. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could feel that his opponent's strength was very vigorous. He had definitely gone through a lot of tempering just like himself. Xiao Ziji's eyes were also filled with excitement. Ever since he embarked on the path of martial arts to refine his body to the extreme, this was the first time he met an opponent. Fight! 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 Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang rushed forward again. The 2 body maniacs didn't use any martial art. They just used the purest and most primitive strength to attack each other. As the 2 of them continued to attack and exchange blows, the stage was filled with extremely strong male hormones. Please remember. This was a real man's battlefield. This was real passion radiating everywhere. Schwa! Schwa! The audience stood up one after another. They had been deeply stimulated by the bloody battle between the two of them. There were countless sissies in the crowd. During the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang, they withdrew their orchid fingers, spread their legs, removed the powder on their faces, and threw away the eyebrow pencil in their hands. Boom! Boom! Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang's battle became more and more intense. That kind of strong masculine aura crazily wreaked havoc in the entire venue, causing the eyes of countless men to shine with the most masculine luster. Bent. Today, all of them were straight. In the crowd, there are you and me. When we meet, we ponder over each other. In the crowd, there are you and me. Pretend to be righteous with a smile. A high-pitched voice suddenly sounded in the venue. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look. Schwa. In the VIP spectator seats, Jun Chang Xiao stood up and put one foot on the chair. He put the magically modified sound system of "Shame to Show Your Face" on his shoulder and shouted, "Fight like a man." City Lord Han's mouth twitched slightly. However, combined with the fierce battle below the stage and the strange voice that suddenly sounded, it seemed to be quite interesting. Boom! Boom! On the stage, Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang exchanged dozens of blows. Although the two of them were breathing slightly faster, their muscles were bulging, filled with the most masculine aura of men. This Zhao Dezhuang is indeed powerful. He is actually evenly matched with junior brother Xiao. Li Qingyang said. Tisk. Yi Xingchen coldly snorted. In his opinion, Xiao Ziji had just met an opponent with an extremely strong physical body and was eager to have a good fight. He had completely forgotten that this was a competition. This was a battle to determine the winner. Chapter 7:18. The battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang, which didn't have any fancy moves, was truly hot-blooded. Especially the audience at the scene, they were deeply affected by the fist-to-flesh combat. Suddenly, a sense of pride rose in their hearts as they said, "I am proud of being a man." This was a real battle. This was the most manly battle. Those little fangirls who were originally focused on Yi Xingchen immediately became infatuated when they saw Xiao Ziji's muscles fully flexed. They had no stance at all. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from the arena, and a wave of air rushed over. Ta! Ta! Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang both stabilized their bodies. The floor under their feet shattered, and visible ripples of spiritual energy spread out. The space in the area where the two had fought was completely distorted. Hey! Yi Xingchen impatiently transmitted his voice, "Hurry up and end it. Don't waste time." He knew that Xiao Ziji had entered a state where he only knew how to fight, so he had to remind him that this was a competition, and the winner had to be determined. Knight Emperor. How considerate. After receiving the reminder, Xiao Ziji gradually calmed down from his frenzied fighting state. Although this opponent was not bad, he was still carrying the fate of his sect's advancement. He had to defeat him as soon as possible. Huff huff, Xiao Ziji's fiery gaze turned sharp. Clearly, he had entered a state where he wanted to determine the winner and not just fight to his heart's content. Crack! His right foot suddenly stepped forward, and the original spot instantly caved in, and the caved-in spread to the surroundings. From the light screen of the formation, it could be clearly seen that the stone slabs within a few meters had all caved in, as if they had been hit by a heavy object. Not bad! City Lord Han praised. With just one step, he had pressed down the stone slabs with his powerful strength. It was impossible for him to do so without going through the daily tempering of his body. To be able to develop his body to such a degree at such a young age, it would definitely be indestructible when he broke through to a higher level in the future. Jun Changshao said, "Actually, my disciples are all not bad." "I can tell," City Lord Han said. Although the other disciples of the sect of all times did not appear to be as robust as Xiao Ziji's, It could be seen from the previous matches that they all had excellent physical bodies. If I'm not wrong, City Lord Han said with a smile, June Patriarch should have some exclusive technique to cultivate his body, right? June Changshao said, my sect's inheritance is from the ancient times. Naturally, we also have the body molding technique from the ancient times. Will you die if you don't brag? The system said. F***ck. I don't want to either, but I won't take this as a lie. How do you explain that your disciple is very strong? June Changshao asked. The system said, that's true. I've long heard that the sect of all times has an ancient heritage. However, I'm a little ignorant and didn't manage to find any records of your esteemed sect in the history books, City Lord Han said with a smile. Was he trying to figure out his background, or did he not think that the sect was from the ancient times? City Lord Han. June Changshao suppressed his voice and said, to be honest, my sect of all times was once a darkness sect faction. Darkness sect? City Lord Han said, no wonder. June Changshao could still detect a trace of doubt in his eyes, so he changed the topic. Mayor Han, are you interested in having your children enter the sect of all times? This, City Lord Han hurriedly looked at the battle stage and praised, wonderful, well fought. Could this guy be an overage single dog? June Changshao muttered in his heart, does he have no children? He was right. City Lord Han didn't even have a wife, let alone a child. He had been single for nearly 1,000 years. It was no wonder that whenever June Patriarch mentioned letting his children enter the sect, he would hurriedly change the topic. It was because at this moment, he was young and did not know the taste of sorrow. Only when he was old did he know the difficulty of the road. Scarlet heaven raging flame slash. Suddenly, Xiao Ziji's most masculine roar came from the battle stage, and a huge flame slash condensed in the air. He finally used his skill. He finally used his true strength. Xiao Zuiji, who cultivated the 5 elements heavenly reflection incantation, had already comprehended the fire element. When he executed this mid-level divine-grade martial skill in his strongest state, the scorching heat it emitted was akin to a giant hand tearing space apart. Very strong, City Lord Han said with a serious expression. When he said strong, he meant the skill was strong. Ta! Zhao Dezhuang took a step forward, and the stone floor under his feet shattered. His eyes flashed with fanaticism as he spread out his arms. His skin quickly turned golden, and he looked like a bronze statue from the Shaolin Temple. Indestructible diamond body! Everyone exclaimed. This! June Changxiao's mouth twitched. Isn't it the same as when I crushed the talisman of resistance back then? Huff huff! On the battle stage, the condensed scarlet sky flame slammed down from the sky. Zhao Dezhuang's eyes widened as he roared, Diamond glare fist! Huff huff! Huff huff huff! Zhao Dezhuang's body was shrouded in golden light, and a Buddhist diamond appeared. In the air, a giant golden fist slammed down on the flame. Rumble! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the arena. Ka! Under the force of the collision, the space around the battle stage began to crack. The destruction caused by the collision between the giant golden fist and the scarlet sky flame slash made all the spectators hold their breaths. This level of confrontation was definitely not something a low-level martial king should have. 2 extremely strong moves failed to do anything to each other, and a final burst of light erupted in the air before disappearing. Deng deng deng! Zhao Dezhuang retreated rapidly, and the Buddhist diamond glare collapsed. Although Xiao Ziji also retreated, he only retreated a few steps before charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. Huff huff! Scorching flames rose in an instant, condensing into a slash mark in the air. Again, City Lord Han was shocked. This kind of fire element martial skill was extremely powerful, and it should consume a lot of spiritual energy. Scarlet Sky Flame Slash! Xiao Zuiji roared, and the flame slash that had gathered in the sky once again smashed down. The entire venue could feel the extremely violent heat. Zhao Dazhuang's eyes turned serious, and he immediately clasped his hands together, and a golden light instantly formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! The scarlet sky flame slash slammed into the barrier, and although it did not shatter, a small crack appeared. Ta! Xiao Ziji had already charged in front of him, and he suddenly stretched out his hands and shouted angrily, "Landslide fist!" Boom! 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 Dense fist marks burst out, just like the rubber machine gun used by the man who was determined to become the Pirate King. Boom, boom, boom. Huff, huff, huff. The explosive power was crazy and wanton, and the stone floor was shattered into powder, which instantly filled the entire battle stage. The martial artists of the various provinces could not see the fierce battle clearly through the light screen. The audience was dumbfounded. Although many people could use their spiritual senses to capture the scene of the battle, Xiao Ziji's punches were too fast, and they could not determine how many times he had punched. Gradually, the dust in the sky was blown away by the wind. Everything could be seen clearly, and two endless deep trenches appeared in the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Because in their field of vision, Zhao Dazhuang's golden barrier existed in front of him, and although it was densely packed with cracks, it did not collapse. But he had already retreated from the battle stage to outside. Huff huff! Xiao Ziji, who was standing at the edge of the battle stage, half squatted, and his hands were hanging by his side, breathing heavily. At this time, if he had a straw hat on his back, he would definitely be the one behind the end block. Ka! Suddenly, the golden barrier in front of Zhao Dazhuang collapsed, and he also bent down, breathing heavily. His eyes were filled with excitement and also bitterness. Iron Fist School eliminated, and the winner is the Sect of all times. After a long time, the referee's loud and sonorous voice resounded in the arena. Plop! Xiao Ziji sat on the ground and smiled at Zhao Dazhuang. If there is a chance, let's have a good fight again. Chapter 719. The golden barrier that Zhao Dazhuang condensed was the strongest defensive state of the invincible Vajra body. It could withstand Xiao Ziji's crazy attacks and remain unscathed. It was indeed very strong. However, no matter how strong the defense was, it could not withstand the crazy bombardment. Therefore, Zhao Dazhuang could only bring his strongest defensive state and was blasted out of the arena by Xiao Ziji. A battle of life and death was not important. However, the battle was limited to the arena. Once they left the restricted area, it meant that they had lost the battle. Both sides had an agreement before the battle. Therefore, the referee directly announced that the Iron Fist School was eliminated and the Sect of all times advanced. Sigh. Zhao Dazhuang sighed. Although he was unwilling, since he had lost, he had to accept reality. All right. He tried to straighten his body and said, "If there's time, let's fight again." The two fought very happily, but because they both had to consider the Sect, it was inevitable that they would have many regrets. If there was a chance in the future, they would definitely have a good spar. It's a deal. It's a deal. Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dazhuang looked at each other and smiled. This kind of agreement between men was worthy of respect. TSK, TSK. City Lord Han exclaimed, "June Patriarch, your disciple's physical body is not only strong, but his strength is also very strong." As an expert, he could see that although Zhao Dazhuang was not bad, he was only good at defense. In all the previous battles, he relied on brute force and his opponent could do nothing about it. Xiao Ziji was different. Not only was his defense strong, but he also had attack power. Even if both sides were to fight again in their best condition, the result would still be the same. No matter how strong the defense was, as long as there was no attack power, he would be a moving sandbag. Jun Changshao smiled brightly and said, "Therefore, I am proud of my disciple." He vaguely remembered the scene when he first met Xiao Ziji. He also recalled the tears he shed day and night in the forging room and the training tower. If this was in an anime, the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang would take 2 or 3 episodes just to recall the sacrifice and the back view of the sunset tempering his body. Qingyang County. When the referee announced that the Sect of all times had won, the crowd once again turned into a sea of excitement. Many men were so excited that they tore off their shirts and even hugged their companion. He won again. He won again. Xie Guangquan stood in the city lord's mansion, his heart filled with excitement. In the certification hall of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, before the referee announced the result, Elder Zhou quickly stuffed a pill into Yi Tianxing's mouth. It was an elixir that prevented qi and blood from attacking the heart and causing sudden death. If placed on Earth, it would be called Hu. After taking the medicine, Yi Tianxing laid on the chair and held on to the handle. He was extremely emotional as he said, Tomorrow, prepare a bed for me. I want to lie down and watch, Schwa." Elder Zhen hurriedly stuffed another medicinal pill into his mouth, thereby activating the double activation to protect the dojo master's heart. The battle between the Sect of all times and the Iron Fist School had ended. However, the battle between Xiao Ziji and Zhao Dezhuang still appeared in their minds. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The more they thought about it, the more satisfied they felt. 3,000 sword shadows. At this moment, a cold shout came from the arena. Shwa! Shwa! Dense sword chi exploded in an instant. The number of sword chi made everyone's eyes widen. Clang! Jian Feiyun sheathed his sword. Plop! The disciple who was fighting with Jian Feiyun collapsed to the ground. Dense sword marks appeared on the ground behind him, but the word human was left empty in the middle. This meant that although there were many sword chi, they did not cause any harm to him. They just brushed past him. This extremely strong control made all the warriors present widen their eyes. Continue. Jian Feiyun raised his head. His long and narrow eyes shone with a light as sharp as a sword. The disciples opposite him all took 2 steps back in shock. What are you afraid of? We are a second-rate sect in the Zhongzhuang state. Let me. Clang! Plop! That disciple fell to the ground again. Although there were no wounds on his body, the feeling of countless sword chi brushing past him was like experiencing death again and again. Junior Zhou. Li Qingyang said, "This person is very strong." Zhou Hong said, "I hope to meet him in the next round." Although this guy was always on the stage in the previous rounds, he did not fight many times. Therefore, everyone gave him the evaluation, Sect of all times' strongest king of water. "Why don't you draw next round?" Li Qingyang said. Before Zhou Hong could say anything, Yi Xingchen said coldly, "Let me do it." World-defying Sacred Sect had already smoothly advanced to the next round, so he had to draw tomorrow and personally end that dead man. Dusk came and the battle ended. The top 6 were Sect of all times, Spirit Sword Sect, World-defying Sacred Sect, and 3 other first-rate sects that had always been there but never had a name. Tomorrow's battle for the top 3 will definitely be more exciting. Sect of all times, these 3 sects might be matched with the first-rate sections. It's hard to say. In the next round, the first-rate sects won't have the right to protect, so they might be matched. TSK, the battle between the first-rate sects should be very exciting. The next day, when Yi Xingchen once again stood in front of the lottery box and took out his card, he almost dropped it and fiercely stepped on it twice. Let me abuse him. Was it that hard? Sect of all times' opponent is. City Lord Han stood behind Jun Changshao and pressed on his shoulder. Spirit Sword Sect. Senior Brother Yi. Zhou Hong cast a grateful look and said, "Thank you." Yi Xingchen, after the draw, Sect of all times versus Spirit Sword Sect, World-defying Sacred Sect versus a first-rate sect, and the other 2 first-rate sects met. Begin. The referee shouted loudly. Su Xiamo yawned and then squatted at the edge of the stage with Li Fei and the others. The Spirit Sword Sect disciples were the same. Why? Because the Sect of all times and the Spirit Sword Sect chose to fight one-on-one. The first to fight were Jian Feiyun and Zhou Hong. When the two of them unleashed their sword force, it was destined to be a boring battle. How boring was it? The two of them stood motionless on the stage for more than 10 minutes, to the point that the audience was yawning and crying. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the door. Many martial artists in the way of the sword could deduce that this Jian Feiyun and the Sect of all times should have already used their sword force to fight. It was just that it was invisible and formless, unable to give the author a chance to write. Clang! Clang! An hour later, Zhou Hong and Jian Feiyun finally moved. Two unparalleled sword chi cut through the void and shot out. The two swords were extremely stunning, as if they came from beyond the heavens. However, in a flash, clang! Clang! At the same time, the two of them sheathed their swords. Shua! Jian Feiyun turned around and jumped off the stage, saying, "Your sword is faster." Su Xiama stared at him and said, "It's over." Those who were attentive would notice that when the Spirit Sword Sect disciple walked down the stage, a very fine sword mark appeared on the side of his neck. Because the size was just right, there was no blood oozing out. Next, ding! 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 The battle continued. The remaining disciples of the Spirit Sword Sect had a good understanding of the way of the sword, but they were defeated one by Li Qingyang and the others who were equipped with excellent swords. Spirit Sword Sect eliminated, Sect of all times advanced. The referee announced loudly. After hearing this, Yi Tianqing peacefully took a few pills, then laid down on the bed that was prepared in advance, and said, "If it's a dream, then let me keep dreaming." The match continued. The world-defying Sacred Sect, led by Ao Wushuang, smoothly entered the top 3. However, in the other match, the two first-rate sects were evenly matched. They fought until they were all lying on the ground, and then announced that they would return home hand in hand. Finals. City Lord Han pressed down on Jun Changshao and said loudly, "Sect of all times against world-defying Sacred Sect." Shua. Yi Xingchen jumped onto the stage, looked at Ao Wushuang and said, "Trash, I've tolerated you for a long time. Junior brother." The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. The final battle is tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to Chidian Deheo for your 1 million book coins reward. I really don't have time today, let's see if I can explode tomorrow. I also thank the readers for their rewards during the Dragon Tiger competition. Chapter 720. The next day, several stages in the venue were gathered together to form an even larger stage. This was a professional stage for the finals. Not only had it been modified, but it was also reinforced by dozens of array masters. Regardless of height, width, or thickness, it was stronger than before. If you rubbed June Patriarch's face on it, you might not even be able to hurt a stone slab. So magnificent! The audience that entered the venue gradually realized that today's finals would be very exciting when they saw the tall stage. Let's welcome the disciples of the Sect of all times and the world-defying Sacred Sect. City Lord Han's heavy voice resounded through the venue and transmitted to the entire continent through the screen. The projection array gave a lens that showed this expert standing on the VIP platform with one hand on Jun Changxiao's shoulder. Ever since City Lord Han was personally supervising, that guy had never brushed his face on the array again. Tsk tisk. Someone said, Wu Xing never leaves his side. His treatment is already very good. This advertisement is too crazy. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless patriarch. After a few days of fighting, many people remembered that awesome disciple of a fifth-rate sect and also remembered that shameless patriarch. Shua. At this moment, Jun Changshao opened his arms and pulled out a banner from thin air. From the lens, one could clearly see a line of words written on it. The content was, "Join my sect and let your dreams fly together." After going back yesterday, he pondered for a long time and finally thought of this move. The lens just happened to give City Lord Han a close-up shot, so June Patriarch pulled out a banner and a line of words instantly stole the limelight. Everyone's mouth twitched. This was truly a frenzied fight, a fight to the point of chi deviation. City Lord Han's expression also became interesting and hurriedly sent a message to the array master to turn the lens away. It was worth it. At least it would appear for a few seconds. If this was on some large-scale party or variety show on Earth, just a few seconds of advertising would be expensive. City Lord Han collapsed. It's impossible to guard against. He stopped that guy from flying up and brushing his face, but did not stop him from continuing to advertise by pulling out a banner. Forget it, forget it. Today was the last match, so he had to bear with it a little longer. City Lord Han forcefully retracted his urge to press Jun Changshao onto the floor and rub his face against it. Shwa! Shwa! At this moment, the 25 disciples representing the sect of all times walked up one by one. However, the expression on City Lord Han's face changed again. On the front of the clothes that these disciples were wearing, there was a sign that said, "Sect of all times, you are the only choice. You have a good plan, but I have a way out. If you don't want to give me any footage, then I'll just put up advertisements on all the disciples' uniforms. I don't believe that you won't give me any footage of the battle. I can't take it anymore." Many of the audience went crazy when they saw the slogan on the Sect of all times' clothes. City Lord Han's mouth twitched violently. How could he break this move? Were they supposed to go back to the waiting room and change again? But the world-defying sacred sect disciple has already entered the arena. Naturally, it is too late. City Lord Han could only continue to contact the array masters, instructing them to give the sect of all times' disciples a view of the back of the arena after both sides' disciples went up to the stage. Shwa! Shwa! Not long after, the world-defying sacred sect disciple led by Ao Wushuang stood on the stage. The camera of the projection array also turned from the front to the back. F***CK. City Lord Han couldn't help but curse. The 25 disciples of the sect of all times had their backs to the camera, with a word written on their clothes. Combined together, it was, "My sect of all times has been passed down from ancient times, in accordance with the principle of benefiting all living things, sincerely recruiting heroes of the world." Including 2 commas and an exclamation mark, it was exactly 25 words. Moreover, the font was very large, occupying the entire back. When the camera gave a close-up of the back, it directly occupied the screen. Both the front and back just ask you how to break it. At that moment, City Lord Han almost couldn't help but turn off the projection array. However, all the provinces and cities had paid the money and had the qualifications to obtain the image. If he turned it off in the finals, it would cause an uproar. City Lord Han. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "Next time, if the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony is held, we can open the bidding. There will definitely be people willing to spend a lot of money to buy the advertising space. When the time comes, the organizers will definitely make a lot of money." Although City Lord Han was devastated, he felt that it made sense after thinking about it. Therefore, in the lower realm, he continued to apply for the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony and followed Jun Changxiao's suggestion. Since then, the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony had embarked on a path of no return of showing advertisements during the day and advertisements during the night. It had developed to the point of madness and was ridiculed by the later generations as Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony in advertisements. In a world where the concept of advertisements was not too strong, Jun Changshao, with his earthling mindset, was crazily wreaking havoc. The most typical example was the clothing. As the disciples of the sect of all times shone brightly in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, it was bound to set off a new round of reform. At that time, everyone would be wearing Tang suits and Chong Sams. It would be normal for people to casually call them old friends. In the arena, the disciples of the two sects faced each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. This atmosphere came from only one person. That's right. It's him, our Fei Ainiu. Yi Xingchen kept staring at Ao Wushuang. In his emotionless eyes, it was as if he was looking at a cold, dead person. Junior brother, Li Qingyang said telepathically, this is the last battle. You must control your emotions. Don't kill anyone. Otherwise, the patriarch will be in trouble. Eldest senior sister was cold and taciturn. At this time, only he could mediate. After all, he had the hidden ID of Chief of Internal Affairs above his head. Yi Xingchen said, I only want half of his life. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Heh. At this moment, Ao Wushuang said calmly, you guys actually made it to the finals. I take back what I said earlier. You guys are better than the other trash. Of course. He grinned and said, don't be so happy. No matter how good you are, you're still trash. Crack. Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes flashed with anger. Li Qingyang, who had always been good-tempered, heard Ao Wushuang's words and said in a deep voice, Junior brother, half of your life then. Young Master Ao Patriarch is really arrogant. World-defying Sacred Sect's unique mental cultivation method is Ao Tianju. The higher the level of comprehension, the more arrogant his personality is. How did this kind of sect develop? I heard that there is another mental cultivation method that can counteract arrogance. However, this young Master Ao Patriarch did not cultivate it, so he has always been arrogant. No wonder, no wonder. Everyone whispered and understood why Ao Wushuang was so arrogant. Kid. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair, his arm on his leg, his chin on the back of his hand and said, You are using your own life to explore the depths of hell. He had seen arrogant disciples before, but this was the first time he had seen such an arrogant guy. As the little King Kong of the death-seeking realm, he was a little defeated. Are the two sides fighting one-on-one or a big fight? The referee walked up, but he always maintained absolute vigilance because the arena was filled with the smell of gunpowder. One-on-one. Ao Wushuang and Yi Xingchen said in unison. The referee hurriedly announced, Dragon Tiger Battle Hegemony Finals, both sides choose to fight one-on-one. It's starting. The audience held their breath. The referee looked at the disciples on both sides and said, Who will fight first? Ao Wushuang took a step forward and said indifferently, To deal with this kind of outstanding trash, naturally this young Master Patriarch will fight alone and send them all back to the trash heap. Yi Xingchen walked up. The more he was about to torture a dead person, the calmer he was. Junior brother Yi. Su Xiaomao and the others transmitted their voices. This guy will be handed over to you. You must torture half of his life. Chapter 721. In his previous life, Knight Emperor had a bad temper and offended many people. Of the 8 martial emperors, 4 had broken ties with him, 3 had enmity with him, and 1 would curse him when he was mentioned. What kind of terrifying EQ did he have to be in such a miserable state? After his rebirth, Yi Xingchen's temper was much more restrained. He cultivated peacefully in the sect, only to return to the peak and take revenge on that woman. However, he came to participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony, but he actually met such an arrogant and despotic person. Brother Yi could no longer suppress his irritable temper. No matter what, he had to torture him until he was half dead. He had to torture him until he wished he was dead. Heh! Ao Wushuang said indifferently, only trash would pretend to be strong with their eyes. Yi Xingchen looked at the referee and shouted, Start! His eyes and voice emitted an aura that seemed to come from hell. The referee was so shocked that he took 2 steps back and hurriedly said, Start! Whoosh whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent wave of qi exploded, instantly pushing him back. In the end, he staggered off the stage. The audience was dumbfounded. The referee's cultivation was definitely at the peak of the martial king realm. He was actually pushed off the stage by a participant's aura. This was too terrifying. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that Yi Xingqian had already thrown a punch. The figure with his back to the camera was like a violent wild lion that was released after being locked up for a long time. It desperately wanted to eat meat. Senior brother Yi is so scary. In the sect of all times, many disciples were stunned when they saw the terrifying figure. Usually, this senior brother gave them the impression that he was a bit arrogant and unsociable. They didn't expect him to have such a violent side. No. It was a side that was filled with killing intent. Brother Onyo. Huier stared blankly. Was this still the man who would smile and say that he was fine when he fell from a tree to pick up a bird's egg? Was this still the man who stood in the wilderness and shouted that he would marry her when he became an adult? The strong sense of unfamiliarity made Huier think. He was no longer Brother Onyo. He was Yi Xingqian. My brother Onyo will never come back, it had to be said. A woman's intuition was really strong. Everything has changed. Huier's eyes gradually became blurry as tears flowed down her cheeks. She sobbed, I can't come back anymore, sisterly. Lu Wancher said, go and persuade her. Li Luochu shook his head and said, if you want to love, then love. If you don't, then don't. None of us can help her. On the fighting stage, after Yi Xingqian threw a punch, Ao Wushuang took 2 steps back and grinned, your strength is not bad. If trash is classified into 3, 6, and 9 levels, you are at least 2nd or 3rd level trash. He frantically explored the depths of hell. Really? Yi Xingqian took a step forward. His fist, which was imbued with spirit energy and fury, tore through the air and punched toward Tang Hao. 1. With this punch, the space immediately shook. Boom! Ao Wushuang condensed a wall of qi in front of him to block the powerful fist print. His body involuntarily took 2 steps back. What move did junior brother Yi use? Su Xiaoma said in shock. Li Qingyang said with a dumbfounded expression, I'm not sure. The current strongest fist technique of the sect of all times was the mountain collapsing fist, but Yi Xingqian's fist technique was obviously not that. TSK. Jun Changshao touched his chin and thought, this guy is quite something. From Yi Xingqian's non-sect martial arts, he was even more certain that he was a reincarnated expert. After all, the strength that he had just unleashed was definitely at the holy level. This level of martial arts could not be bought on the market even if one had the money. Ta. Ao Wushuang stabilized his body and smiled. Just based on that punch of yours, it is worthy of first-class trash, Shua. At this moment, Yi Xingqian appeared in front of him and said, trash. No matter how many times Ao Wushuang called it trash, even if it was divided into different levels, it would just give people a feeling of arrogance. However, Knight Emperor was different. Just by saying the word trash, it was like a label directly imprinted on the other party's head and skin. It could not be washed away, nor could it be erased. It would seep into the soul and become an eternal nightmare. Boom! A heavy punch was thrown again. The defensive barrier in front of Ao Wushuang was broken. He staggered back a few steps. After stabilizing his body, he said coldly, do you really want me to be serious? Knight Emperor rushed over and cleanly punched this noisy guy in the face, causing him to tilt his head and fall back. You can be serious. As for me, I just need to continue to torture you. Damn it. Ao Wushuang stabilized his body, his eyes flashing with anger. Then, he clenched his fists and violent electric arcs spread around his body. Even his hair had electric snakes spurting out. Thunder attribute martial cultivator, the audience exclaimed. The sect elder also couldn't hide his surprise and said, I didn't expect this world-defying sacred sect's young patriarch to actually comprehend the thunder attribute. Ao Wushuang, who was surrounded by thunder and lightning, gently raised his hand and said proudly, "Trash, do you feel despair in your heart?" Xiao, lightning gathered at his fingertips and instantly shot out a bolt of lightning. It blasted over at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! The space in front of Yi Xingchen trembled. Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kun, Sun, Li and Dui appeared and quickly condensed into a solid barrier. Ding! The arc of lightning hit it and was instantly bounced back. The expression on Ao Wushuang's face froze, because the move he used was actually aimed at him. Don't panic. No hurry. I will take back the energy that I burst out. Ao Wushuang immediately opened his right palm. Boom! The moment the power of thunder and lightning came into contact with his skin, a violent explosion occurred. With such a strong impact, if it was an ordinary stage, the stone slab under his feet would have been shattered into pieces, but now it was not affected. Dozens of array masters worked together to arrange the stone slab that the Sect of All Time's patriarch personally tested without any problems. The quality was absolutely guaranteed. Buzz! Buzz! The aftermath of the explosion was not over. Yi Xingchen frequently moved, only to see the area with Ao Wushuang as the center, condensing a defensive barrier with 8 words written on it. What kind of move is this? I've never seen it before. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. At this moment, the aura of thunder and lightning dissipated. Ao Wushuang stood in place with his hair standing on end, and his eyes were dull. How did the energy I released hurt me? Hohu! Suddenly, a powerful force blasted over, causing him to angrily raise his fist and throw it over. The thunder attribute's psionic energy completely erupted, and suddenly there was a sizzling sound. Yi Xingchen cleverly dodged to the side, only to see the fist carrying the thunder force smashing into the barrier that was arranged in advance. Boom! The violent force came again. Ao Wushuang's punch bounced back with the same amount of force he had put into it. Therefore, he was sent flying backward and couldn't stop himself from coughing out a mouthful of blood. The audience watched with their mouths twitching. Although they also saw that the smooth barrier had the effect of bouncing back power, the scene of the world-defying sacred Sect's young patriarch hitting himself with power was really funny. "I'm angry!" Ao Wushuang suppressed the blood in his body and roared angrily, his black hair bursting with powerful thunder. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The thunderclouds above the stage appeared out of thin air, and the thunder inside rolled, quickly gathering the most powerful thunder and lightning power. "Thunder punishment!" Ao Wushuang said angrily. Boom! 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 Layers upon layers of lightning erupted from the thunderclouds, covering the entire fighting stage. Chapter 722. The thunderclouds that filled the air instantly shot out dense lightning, causing the audience to gasp in shock. This momentum, this strength. Did it really come from a young man, from a martial king? City Lord Han said solemnly, "The young patriarch of the world-defying sacred sect will definitely become the leader of the new generation of the falling star continent." Just from the condensed lightning alone, he had already given a high evaluation. Is that so? Jun Changshao laughed. It might have been possible in the past, but there would be no future in the future. Because his disciple could let him understand what psychological shadow was. Buzz! When thousands of lightning bolts fell, the space below suddenly trembled. The 8 characters of Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kun, Sun, Li, and Dui appeared in 8 areas. Hohu! The 8 characters quickly rotated, and a flat smooth barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire martial stage. This move was called Inverse the Universe. Back in the Death Valley, Yi Xingchen had used it to save Xiao Ziji. At that time, he was just a martial disciple, and it was extremely difficult for him to use it. Now that he had stepped into the martial king realm, not only was he skilled in using it, but he also had a whole new level of understanding. Dealing with trash. This martial skill was enough. Xiao! Xiao! Thousands of lightning bolts struck down. The strange thing was that this time, not only did they not bounce back, but they also merged into the barrier and disappeared. What's going on? It's like a spatial artifact storing all the lightning bolts. Unbelievable! Not to mention the stunned audience, even City Lord Han and Wu Xing saw such a strange move for the first time. How is this possible? Seeing his lightning bolts being absorbed into the barrier, Ao Wushuang's proud face was filled with disbelief. Shua! Yi Xingchen waved his finger lightly. Ho ho! The smooth barrier that was originally flat suddenly tilted. Seeing the mirror facing him, Ao Wushuang suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Not good, hiss! All of a sudden, bolts of lightning shot out from the smooth barrier. Their power and momentum were exactly the same as the bolts of lightning that had descended just now. What a good move, paying others back in their own coin. Jun Changshao laughed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions on the stage continued one after another. All the cultivators in the continent were dumbfounded when they saw the lightning gathering in the sky through the light screen, absorbing all the lightning released by others and then using it to counterattack. This was simply too unconventional. Gradually, the lightning on the stage weakened, but the solid stone slab was still there. It was not affected in the slightest. However, Ao Wushuang, who was standing on top, was in a sorry state. The lightning that permeated his hair and the arrogance that seemed to be innate were greatly weakened by the violent explosions. A piece of trash. To think that he would end up in such a miserable state. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Ao Wushuang clenched his fists, and the thunder and lightning lingering on his arms became stronger again. The power of thunder that filled the surroundings gradually gathered into a giant, like an inviolable thunder god. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thunder and lightning crazily collided with space, causing ear-piercing noises. It was like the sound of war drums and horns, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping on the battlefield. This is, City Lord Han exclaimed, lightning sound physique. Jun Changshao asked, is this physique very strong? Very strong. City Lord Han said solemnly, there are thousands of physiques in the Falling Star continent, but the lightning sound physique is ranked in the top 10. Jun Changshao asked, how does it compare to the Sacred Flame physique? This, City Lord Han pondered for a moment and said, the Sacred Flame physique is the strongest physique of the fire element. In terms of level, the lightning sound physique is a little weaker. Then it's very ordinary, Jun Changshao said. City Lord Han was speechless. He actually thought that the top 10 physiques were very ordinary. Lightning sound physique. This is the lightning sound physique. The experts who knew about physiques also recognized it. For a moment, the hearts of the martial artists in the venue were greatly stirred. After all, this was one of the top physiques in the continent. Zhao Dezhuang, who had already been eliminated, saw Ao Wushuang activate the lightning sound physique, and said with a burning gaze, I really want to fight with him. Whoosh whoosh, on the stage, the power of thunder whizzed out, and the giant that condensed was like a thunder god that walked out of a pool of lightning. Trash! Ao Wushuang's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were about to split open as he said, bear the wrath of the thunder god, Pa! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xingchen appeared in front of him. His palm, which was covered in spiritual power, directly grabbed his face and said, don't tarnish the word God. Boom! The entire fighting stage began to shake violently. Through the light screen, one could see that Yi Xingchen took a step forward and directly dragged Ao Wushuang's face, and pressed it to the ground. Shwa! Boom! Shwa! Boom! The world-defying sacred Sect's young patriarch's face was held, raised again and again, pressed down again, and the back of his head crazily and violently hit the stone slab. Whoosh whoosh! The giant that had gathered, its fists closed together and smashed down with a force of 10,000 kilograms, but just as it was about to land, Yi Xingchen suddenly turned his head and said with a cold gaze, Scram! 1. The entire space suddenly rippled, and with the stage as the center, it spread out. The giant that was carrying power came to an abrupt stop, and then it collapsed into nothingness in front of everyone's eyes. The entire venue instantly quieted down. Boom! Boom! Ao Wushuang's head was still crazily hitting the ground. Su Xiaoma and the others, who were standing in the distance, suddenly felt heartache for the stone slab that had been hit from beginning to end. What happened? Why did the condensed thunder giant directly collapse? Everyone came back to their senses and their eyes were filled with astonishment. City Lord Han frowned. The moment Yi Xingqian said the word scram, he captured an extremely terrifying aura, and an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. That feeling flashed by. City Lord Han was still unable to determine what kind of aura it was. This was the aura of a martial emperor. Although it only existed for a moment, it was definitely not something a martial king could contend against. Boom! Boom! Yi Xingqian grabbed Ao Wushuang's arrogant face and crazily bombarded the stone slab. The latter was instantly dizzy from the bombardment, and the psionic energy that had gathered in his arm gradually dissipated. The outcome has been decided, City Lord Han said. The world-defying sacred sect's young patriarch's physique had been broken, and now that it had suffered a crazy bombardment, it was equivalent to losing its ability to fight. Even so, Yi Xingqian's ravaging of this trash was not over. After bombarding it for a while, he used his other hand to pull his hair and ruthlessly hit his face against the stone slab. June Patriarch rubbing his face against the stone slab was just a beautiful wish of the author and the reader. Ao Wushuang was now using his face to measure whether the stone slab set up by dozens of array masters was sturdy or not. Very sturdy. After withstanding many impacts and friction, the stone slab was only stained with blood and did not show any dents or cracks. After a while, Yi Xingqian threw Ao Wushuang to the ground like a dead dog, stepped on his face with his right foot and said, "Answer me, who is the trash?" The corner of everyone's mouth twitched. He had already been abused like this, yet he could still speak. That must be strange. The second-rate sacred sect's young patriarch had been abused so miserably in front of everyone. Now that he had been stepped on, it was even crueler than killing him. If it weren't for the rules, Ao Wushuang would have already become a corpse. Hoo! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of air gathered in the sky above the arena. Then, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by a giant hand. "Knight Emperor, you are still alive!" A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Boom! Yi Xingqian stood rooted to the ground, as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, he raised his head and looked at the crack in space with bloodshot eyes. "Ling Yao!" He shouted these two words in his heart. His anger reached its peak and the veins on his face bulged. He seemed to have fallen into absolute madness. "Since you have been reborn, why don't you live a normal life?" The pleasant voice sounded again, but at the end it was filled with endless murderous intent. Hoo! Suddenly, from the torn space, a giant hand that seemed to come from the heavens pressed down. In front of this power, all living beings seemed to be insignificant. Yi Xingqian's pupils shrank, and a strong aura of death surged into his heart. He shouted angrily in his heart, "Ling Yao, just you wait!" Boom! The energy that seemed to come from the heavens pressed down on the arena with an inviolable force. Suddenly, clouds of dust rolled up. Chapter 7:23. When the palm print from the depths of the starry sky pressed down, the entire world seemed to have lost its color, and everyone seemed to have been frozen. Someone from the upper realm? He Wudi was shocked. Although his body could not move, his mind was still intact. He could feel the palm print pressing down, carrying with it an inviolable power from the upper realm. He Wudi was puzzled. How did this guy offend the people from the upper realm, to the point of tearing space to obliterate him? Could it be that he had fled here to seek refuge like himself? Sigh. He was discovered. There was no hope. He Wudi was helpless. If he still had his former cultivation base, Even if he only recovered 10%, he could easily break this power. However, he could not even move now, and could only watch as his fellow disciple was suppressed. Speaking of which, the palm print pressed down and covered half of the arena. How could he not be worried? Because this power from the upper realm seemed to be incomparably huge, but in fact, it was only locked onto Yi Xingqian and would not affect anyone else. Ao Wushuang is quite pitiful, he Wudi thought to himself. Being stepped on by Yi Xingqian, he will definitely be implicated. No. At this moment, a force suddenly erupted from the spectator's stand and rushed over at the fastest speed. He Wudi could still use a little bit of spiritual sense under the huge restraint, and instantly captured the patriarch standing in front of Yi Xingqian. His body was emitting an extremely strong aura, and his whole body was covered in steel-like armor. This strong pressure could not restrain him. Also, the force that erupted from the patriarch seemed to be stronger than the last time he abused the supreme elder of the extreme coldness palace. As expected, this guy had been hiding his strength well. However, he only revealed it at this juncture. Was he not despicable? Jun Changshao, who had just crushed the universal talisman and activated the defensive form of the armed wings, would definitely kick him to earth if he heard this disciple's thoughts. Yi Xingqian, who thought that he was going to die, saw the patriarch standing in front of him, and his expression froze. Xingqian. Jun Changshao stood in front of him. Facing the incoming palm print, he said, "With me here, no one can hurt you." This selfless love from a patriarch instantly made Yi Xingqian. Boom! The gigantic palm print ruthlessly pressed down on the fighting stage, instantly sweeping up a cloud of dust. When everything dissipated, a large palm print could be seen on a small half of the stage. Li Qingyang and the others in the distance were not affected. However, they were still frozen, as if time had stopped. Only He Wudi knew that those from the higher realms had restrictions. They couldn't casually take action in the lower realms unless they couldn't hold themselves back and used their divine abilities to seal everything. Looking down from above, one could see that there was an intact piece of ground in the center of the palm print that was not destroyed. Yi Xingqian stood there in a daze. Patriarch, fully equipped with steel armor, gradually emerged from the dust. He crossed his arms and bared his teeth. That was a really King powerful. Who are you? A pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao did not answer this question. Instead, he looked at the crack in the sky and said coldly, "I'll take this palm on behalf of my disciple. He'll definitely return it 100 times over in the future." 100 times over? The pleasant voice sounded. Do you think he's qualified? Patriarch. At this moment, He Wudi said telepathically, "The person who attacked must be from the upper realms. There are rules in the upper realms. You can't disturb the lower realms. Quickly use it to deter them." He did not hear the pleasant voice, but he was 100% sure that the person who attacked was from the upper realms. If he used the rules to suppress them now, he should be able to reverse the situation. Powerhouses from the upper realms were experienced. Jun Changshao's brain worked very quickly. He said lightly, "This is the lower realms. If you attack without permission, aren't you afraid of disturbing the order of heaven and earth and being punished by the rules?" The pleasant voice sounded slowly. It was as if she was deep in thought and entangled. After a while, a gentle voice sounded in Yi Xingqian's ears. "Seeing that you and I were once in love, I hope you can behave yourself and be an ordinary person in the lower realms." Hohu! The crack in the sky suddenly began to heal. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. The strong pressure in the venue also gradually dissipated. Phew! Jun Changshao retracted his armed wings. His hands trembled violently as he took a deep breath. The talisman of heaven and earth, and the armed wings' defensive form could only allow him to barely withstand the palm print. If it came again, he would definitely die. However, who was that pleasant voice? Why would it condense such a strong palm print to kill Yi Xingchen? The system said, do you still need to think? It must be his enemy from his previous life. If that's the case, Jun Changshao said to himself, this disciple of mine is not only a reincarnated powerhouse, but also a powerhouse from the upper realms. That's right. The system vowed solemnly. It was strange to say that when the crack in space disappeared, even the sunken palm print disappeared, and the destroyed stage was restored. It was as if time had turned back to the scene when Yi Xingchen had just beaten up Ao Wushuang. But what couldn't go back was Jun Changshao's dead talisman of heaven and earth. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, City Lord Han collapsed and said, when did you run down there? At that moment, Jun Changshao discovered that the audience was all looking at him. They didn't seem to remember what had just happened. Even the originally pitch-black projection screen had returned to normal, and his heroic and extraordinary figure appeared on it. Shua. He had an idea. He pulled out the banner again and shouted, opportunity knocks but once, it won't come again. Jun Changshao used his actions to tell everyone that he had appeared on the stage out of the blue just to advertise his name. Nonsense. City Lord Han scolded. Don't interfere with the competition, hurry up and come up. All right. Jun Changshao put away the banner. However, before he left, he glanced at the half-dead Ao Wushuang and said, that's enough. Don't kill him. Bang. Yi Xingchen kicked Ao Wushuang off the stage and said indifferently, trash. He was trying to control his emotions and pretend that he was still fighting, but indescribable pain came from his heart. Seeing that you and I were once in love, I hope you can behave yourself and be an ordinary person in the lower realm. A pleasant voice came into Yi Xingchen's ears, and it was like a needle fiercely stabbing into his heart. It was hard for him, who was proud and aloof, to accept the fact that he was being treated like charity. So what? Not to mention him now, even Knight Emperor at his peak was just an ant in front of a high and mighty expert. He was unwilling. He was really unwilling. Senior Brother Yi. He Wudi said telepathically, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He thought that Yi Xingchen was also from the upper realm, and suddenly felt that they were in the same boat. That's right. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Phew. Yi Xingchen let out a long breath and thought to himself, kill me once and give me a palm. Just like the patriarch said, I'll return it to you 100 times over. Thinking of this, he looked at Jun Changshao, who was talking cheerfully with City Lord Han, and his eyes flashed with a complicated look. When the terrifying palm pressed down, he actually blocked in front of him. If he died, wouldn't he be worried that the sect of all times would scatter? Or was the life of his disciple so important to him that he couldn't allow others to hurt him? When Jun Changshao led a large group of disciples to attack the Extreme Coldness Palace, Yi Xingchen thought about how such a reckless action could achieve great things in the future. Until the moment of life and death, he seemed to have understood a lot. Junior Brother Yi. Su Xiaoma smiled and said, do you want to continue fighting? Yi Xingchen looked at him, looked at Li Qingyang and the others, and secretly said, this patriarch, these fellow disciples, are really annoying. Shua. Turning around, he pointed to the disciples of the world-defying sacred sect, and said, trash, come and fight. Through the clouds, through the sky, in that seemingly real yet illusory palace, a graceful figure lazily leaned on the throne and whispered, with his personality, it's really strange that he can condescend to stay in the sect. Master. A black-clothed man appeared and said, the people of the Realm Hall ask you to explain why you took action without permission in the lower realms. You noticed it so quickly? The graceful figure murmured, fortunately, I didn't make a move again, otherwise I would have been deliberately made difficult by a group of old antiques. P.S. Fourth update, please vote. Chapter 724. Because of some kind of power, the audience forgot about the spatial tear. However, He Wudi remembered, Yi Xingchen remembered, and Jun Changshao also remembered. One of the first two had his flesh pierced through, while the other was directly targeted, which could still be explained. Why was Jun Changshao more special than the others? Was it because of his thick skin that the pressure from the upper realm could not penetrate? Not to mention, he could ignore the restraints and directly activate the armed wings defense to rush over. Even if he activated the talisman of heaven and earth and his cultivation soared to an extremely high level, City Lord Han, who was also Wu Sheng, was still frozen and did not notice anything strange? Maybe I'm handsome. Jun Changshao gave himself an impeccable explanation. The system said, "Aren't you tired?" Jun Changshao was speechless. Of course I'm tired, but the battle of dragons and tigers is not over yet, I have to hold on. Resisting the palm from the upper realm consumed nearly 90% of his psionic energy. Although he had the support of the talisman of heaven and earth, he was only a small step away from exhaustion. And the other party did not really use his full strength, just bombarding Yi Xingchen casually. Otherwise, with Jun Changshao's fragile body, he would have been crushed into powder. "The host is so brave," the system said in admiration. "You dared to rush over in that situation just now." Thinking about it, its heart was still thumping, although it did not have a heart. "You don't understand," Jun Changshao said. "This is the love that only humans have." He had always regarded the sect as his home and himself as his parent. When his child was in danger, would the parent just sit by and do nothing? "I can't understand your human love," the system said, "but I know that if the host continues to play like this, sooner or later, he will die. It doesn't matter." Jun Changshao shrugged. "Anyway, if I die, you will die too. At the end of the day, I can drag someone down with me, so I won't be lonely on the road to hell." Although he was joking, his expression became more and more serious. The power from the upper realm was too strong. With his current strength, he could not resist at all. If a similar situation happened in the future, would he have to watch his disciple be obliterated? No. Jun Changshao thought to himself, "Dragon and tiger battle for supremacy is over, I must work hard to cultivate." The sudden appearance of the power from the upper realm gave him a strong sense of crisis. Only by becoming stronger could he be a good parent. Yi Xingchen was also deep in thought. Why did that woman suddenly appear? Could it be that I accidentally revealed my martial emperor aura and she caught it? Also, the first thing she said was, "You're still alive." This, as expected, meant that the woman should have known that he wasn't dead, or that he had been reborn. Could it be that breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm had given her some kind of powerful magical power that allowed her to deduce that his soul had not been completely annihilated? Schwa! At this time, the world-defying sacred sect disciple took the opportunity to attack, condensing a powerful fist print. Pa! Yi Xingchen raised his hand to catch it and crush it. Immediately after, he rushed in front of his opponent and pressed a hand on his face, smashing him to the ground. He said angrily, "I can't figure it out." Boom. "I don't understand." Boom. "I can't figure it out." A moment later, the disciple was beaten black and blue, and then fell in front of a group of fellow disciples. Without Ao Wushuang, the world-defying sacred sect had no hope, so the next disciples who came out to fight could not escape being beaten by Yi Xingchen. There is no suspense. The elders of the various sects shook their heads. A fifth-rate sect, winning the championship of the dragon-tiger battle, who would have thought of such a thing? Hu, heavenly mandate imperial city, Yi Tianxing, who was lying on the bed, with Yi Xingchen beating his opponent down again and again. His whole face was extremely red, and his breathing became rapid. "Quick! Give the medicine!" Elder Jin urged. Elder Zhou took out 2 pill bottles, shook them helplessly, and said, "It's all eaten. Why didn't you prepare more?" In the state of the master, no matter how much medicine he takes, he can't suppress it. Putong! The sound of falling came from the light screen again, and another world-defying sacred sect disciple was beaten out. Ho-ho! Yi Tianqing clutched his chest, and his breathing suddenly stopped, as if he was about to be out of breath, and he was about to have a heart attack. Let's do it! Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen looked at each other, and directly gathered psionic power in their palms, and hit Yi Tianqing's neck hard. The other party was not prepared at all, and immediately stretched out his leg, and fainted. The 11th. The 12th. In the cities of southwest Yangzhou, every time Yi Xingqian beat an opponent, the warriors would shout in unison, and every inch of their hair would stand up in excitement. Boom! In the end, under Yi Xingqian's bombardment, the last world-defying sacred sect disciple fell off the stage with a bloody nose and a swollen face. 1. The sect that our southwest Yangzhou sent is the champion. Deafening shouts suddenly came from the entire southwest Yangzhou. How many people hugged each other, how many people cried on the spot, how many people shouted in unison that they were proud of the sect that they were proud of. The sect of all times is mighty, senior brother is mighty. In the sect of all times, more than 10,000 disciples also cheered loudly after being suppressed for a long time. The pride on their faces were not inferior to any of the southwest Yangzhou martial artists. On this day, the entire southwest Yangzhou was destined to be in a carnival. World-defying sacred sect eliminated, champion. City Lord Han shouted loudly, the sect of all times. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. It was already over, and he was still pressing down on him. Damn. If it wasn't for the fact that my psionic power was exhausted, with my current realm, I would have bound you in a minute, and then flew up to advertise. Babies. Looking at his group of cute disciples with a gratified face, Jun Changxiao said to the group, "Thank you for your hard work." Su Xiaoma hugged Li Fei, and a smile appeared on his face. The other disciples looked at the patriarch, and felt the respectful gazes from everyone present. At this moment, they had the right to enjoy the respect of the world. The lens of the projection array also gave these victors a close-up shot, but it was all controlled on their faces. Because if it was any further, the advertising slogan on their bodies would be revealed. After the competition, there was the awards ceremony. According to the previous rules, the champion of the Dragon Tiger Hegemony would receive 10,000 spirit stones as a reward, as well as a plaque engraved with the 4 golden words Dragon Tiger Hegemony. The spirit stones were just a foil, and this plaque was the most valuable, because there were countless sects in the Falling Star continent, and only one was truly qualified to obtain it every few years. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Can I use this plaque to exchange for tens of thousands of spirit stones?" No. The corner of City Lord Han's mouth twitched. Although the cost of a plaque wasn't expensive, it wasn't something that any sect could afford to hang. He actually wanted to exchange it for spirit stones. Let's go, let's go. After the award ceremony ended, Jun Changxiao reluctantly took one last look at the image formation that was gradually closing and then left with his disciples. However, before he left, he sent a telepathic message, City Lord Han, if you don't plan on commercializing dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, in the future, if there are people who advertise like this June, there's no harm in blurring out their faces. That seems a bit difficult. Trust me, your array master will definitely be able to do it. We'll meet again. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "We'll meet again." After watching this guy leave with his disciples, City Lord Han finally let out a long sigh of relief. This crazy guy who advertised was finally gone. Finally, he didn't have to pay attention to him. The Dragon Tiger Hegemony had successfully ended. Just as everyone was still discussing, Jun Changxiao returned to the sect with his disciples. In the depths of the northern desert state, in an area that no one had set foot in, a crack gradually appeared in the space, and a violent aura spread out. Foolish humans, do you think that you can seal me forever with just a few trash? In your dreams. Huang. Huang's F** King Big Dream. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 725. There was an ancient altar in the Middle Supreme State that had existed for a long time. As for when it was built, the relevant departments could not give an accurate date. In the center of the altar, there was a globe-like ball that was emitting a faint light every day. Smack! One day there was a slight crack in the ball of light. Whoosh! 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 5 white-robed old men hurriedly walked in from the outside. Their turbid eyes were filled with solemnity. Why did the space barrier crack? Could it be related to the space tremor from the great sage's imperial city? It's possible. The location of the crack. Not good. It's the uninhabited area where the demonic creature was sealed in the northern desert state. Let's go. Let's go. The leading elder said anxiously. Hurry up and reinforce it, lest that demonic creature breaks the seal and wreaks havoc on the falling star continent again. Whoosh! 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 5 streams of light flew out of the Middle Supreme State and headed toward the northern desert state. However, when they arrived at the scene, they only saw the space crack that was slowly healing. They did not find anything. It's over. The 5 of them were shocked. That demonic creature has escaped. It has been sealed for thousands of years. It must be very weak now. We must find it as soon as possible, the leading elder said in a low voice. In the sacred palace, an elder exuding a supreme aura sat in the main seat and shouted, Ling Yao, this is the consequence of your actions in the lower realm. Several dignified elders on both sides looked coldly at the graceful figure that seemed to be shrouded in clouds. The seal has aged long ago. It's only a matter of time before it breaks. A pleasant voice came from the clouds. Besides, don't you people of the realm hall look down on the beings of the lower realm? As long as the realm rules exist, no one is allowed to violate them, the leading elder shouted coldly. The graceful figure said indifferently, I've already explained it very clearly. It was just a casual wave of my hand and did not hurt any living beings. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. After saying that, she disappeared into thin air. My lord, the elder sitting on the left said in a low voice, this Empress Lingyao is getting more and more presumptuous. She clearly violated the realm rules, but she just casually explained and left. What does she think the realm hall is? Because the woman had left without permission, the elders were furious. Humph. The dignified old man sitting at the head of the table snorted coldly, Empress Ling Yao, don't let anything fall into the hands of our boundary hall. My lord. The old man beside him said, the spatial barrier of the falling star continent was broken because of Empress Ling Yao. What should we do about it? She's right. The seal is gradually losing its effectiveness, and breaking it open is only a matter of time. Since it's unavoidable, we naturally have to let these mortals face it, the dignified old man said indifferently. After all, the sealed demonic creature is from the upper realm. The overall strength of the falling star continent has declined severely in the past few thousand years. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to fight against it, someone said solemnly. Any calamity is predestined by the heavens. Whether or not they can resolve it depends on their luck. How could we have the time to care about such a small matter? The dignified elder waved his hand and said, disperse. Qingyang, I'm hungry. I'll go get some vegetarian food. Jun Changshao said weakly as he lay on a bamboo chair in the beautiful forest. He looked very haggard. He originally looked like he was in his early 20s, but now he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. The cosmic talisman played a huge role in his current state. Seeing Jun Patriarch's miserable state, the system did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, it wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Jun Changshao, Patriarch. Li Qingyang took out a bowl of fried rice from his spatial ring and said, I still have some dry food prepared by junior sister Lu. Do you want to make do with it? Jun Changshao opened his mouth slowly. After eating the fried rice, his body finally regained a little strength. he said. Let's go, sigh. How pitiful. Jun Changshao was quite depressed about participating in the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy. He did not obtain many substantial martial arts resources. He only received a plaque, and it was not even made of pure gold. Why were the organizers so stingy for such a big competition? What made Jun Changshao slightly gratified was that, at the end of the dragon-tiger battle for supremacy, including the 2 experience talisman that he had used previously, he had obtained a total of 4. Before the competition between the Sect of all times and the world-defying sacred Sect, another side quest came. The Sect won the competition and was rewarded with 2 experience talisman. Because at that time, Night Emperor was in a hurry to torture Ao Wushuang, the author did not have the chance to write it. For such a big competition, only 4 experience talisman are given, and no contribution points are given. The system is even more stingy. Jun Changshao complained. The goods in the high-grade store were so awesome. He would rather use 4 experience talisman to exchange for 40,000 contribution points. This way, he could buy 4 goods and become stronger. It was impossible for him to cultivate. It was impossible for him to cultivate in this lifetime. If the conditions allowed, Jun Changshao would definitely choose to take the shortcut. Because he did not have the slightest bit of strength and did not bring the Demon Ridge Black Eagle, Jun Changshao could only return to the Sect of all times in half a month under the circumstances of the disciples taking turns to carry him. But just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw a dense crowd of martial artists gathered together. His initial estimate was that there were at least 1 million martial artists. Oh my God! Su Xiaoma was shocked. So many people? Our hero is back. At this moment, someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Shua! 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 The martial artists who were anxiously waiting all looked over. When they saw Jun Changshao and the others, they all pulled out their banners and raised their banners. Jun Patriarch. Xie Guangquan walked forward and cupped his hands. Thank you for your hard work. As the city lord of Qingyang City, he definitely had to organize the crowd to congratulate the Sect of all times for winning the dragon-tiger battle. Don't say. I've been waiting for a few days. Jun Changshao sat on the bamboo chair and cupped his hand. Thank you, City Lord, for your kindness. Shua! Shua! The people of Qingyang City spontaneously opened up a path to the mountain. The disciples of the Sect of all times walked straight under their gazes. Everyone straightened their backs and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Jun Changshao also had mixed feelings. Although the main reason for participating in the dragon-tiger battle was for the spiritual stones, it still felt good to be welcomed by so many people. Right. There were still spiritual stones. When would Master Yi send them over? There was no hope for now because Dojo Master Yi was currently in a state of waking up, fainting, waking up, and fainting again. Huff huff. In the extremely dark forest, a pair of big eyes suddenly appeared from the bushes. The eyeballs looked up and down, left and right, and then walked out carefully. It was a slender man with a head of purple hair, but his entire body was naked. Although there was no one around, being naked in broad daylight was really against the customs. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the forest. One by one, huge spiritual beasts rushed out from the darkness and knelt in front of the purple-haired man. They shouted excitedly, "Greetings, King!" The purple-haired man sat on a rock and spread his legs elegantly. This man's face emitted a demonic aura and a faint aura of supremacy. He said, "After so many years, I'm comforted that you can still remember me." King. A spiritual beast laughed and said, "Do you want to wear human clothes first?" Boom. Suddenly, the purple-haired man appeared in front of it and sent it flying with a punch. He said coldly, "Wearing human clothes is blasphemy to my noble body." This was the reason why he didn't wear human clothes. The spiritual beasts couldn't help but shiver, and fear appeared in their eyes. King has been sealed for so long, but he is still so powerful. Our beast race is not far away from being revived again. King, a spiritual beast said weakly, our people are waiting for your return in Death Valley. Death Valley. The purple-haired man clenched his fists and said angrily, my people must have been bullied terribly by humans all these years. Otherwise, why would they be in such a desolate place? Chapter 726. Jun Changshao lay on the chair in the study room, tiredness appearing on his face. He, who had no cultivation, was carried back in a bamboo chair. The journey must have been bumpy and tiring. Next, after a short rest, Jun Changshao murmured, there should be a large group of youths participating in the entrance exam, right? The Sect of all times had won the championship in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony, and they were advertising crazily. It would definitely attract more youths to participate in the entrance exam. Needless to say, youths from all over the world were rushing over. When they entered the Azure Sun County and stood at the foot of the Iron Bone Mountain, there would definitely be a lively scene. There shouldn't be any pressure to recruit 20,000 disciples. Infrastructure, pill resources, and even weapons and equipment must all be expanded. Jun Changshao began to plan for the future. It wasn't his intention to bring his disciples out to show off. Developing the sect in a low-key manner and building a harmonious and loving family was the eternal goal. There's nothing much to do during this period. It's best to use the great art of spring and autumn to reach the peak of the sect in a few years. Jun Changshao thought to himself. The system said, why don't we directly explode the soul bomb 100 years later? At that time, the grass on the host's grave would be about 3 feet tall. Can you not come out to be scolded? Jun Changshao said. The system said, no, I have to scold you on behalf of the readers. Patriarch. At this moment Li Luoqiu walked in and said, the dishes are ready. When will the celebration be? Tonight. Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu looked at his slightly tired face and said, can your body take it? Hall masterly. Jun Changshao stood up and said seriously, please remember, never question a man's body at any time, because this is an insult to his personality. Li Luoqiu. In order to show that his body was fine, Jun Changshao lightly punched his chest with his fist, and then slumped into the chair. Understood. Li Luoqiu left and arranged for the celebration at night. Night fell. A bonfire was burning on the martial arts field, illuminating the entire sect. The cafeteria staff carried various dishes and placed them on the table that had been prepared in advance. Open the wine. Drink up. Under the starry sky, the sect of all times welcomed another celebration. Many disciples raised their wine cups and toasted their senior brothers who had participated in the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. They toasted them for bringing glory to the sect. As the patriarch, Jun Changshao was naturally indispensable. Although he repeatedly emphasized that he was injured, he still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the disciples. Thus, he drank tea instead of wine and slipped to the toilet every few minutes. This lively banquet continued until the wee hours of the morning. Su Xiaomao was lying on the floor, wiping the empty wine jars. He said drunkenly, Junior brotherly, why is your head so big? Tell me, did you drink too much? Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the stairs of the main hall, looked at the group of disciples who were all over the place. He shook his head and said, with this level of alcohol tolerance, you still have the nerve to call yourselves martial cultivators? And he turned his head and looked at the dining table in the distance. Yi Xingqian was sitting alone, as if he was thinking about something. Jun Changshao was very curious about this guy's background. However, he also knew that the other party was probably thinking about how he had been discovered by his enemy after being reborn. Yes, Yi Xingqian had been thinking about this matter. The more he thought about it, the more irritated and depressed he became. Thus, he stood up and looked at Jun Changshao. He said seriously, Patriarch, can I apply to withdraw from the sect? Li Qingyang and the others who were still in a drunken state suddenly became sober after hearing his words. They looked at him in astonishment, and then looked at the patriarch in astonishment. Are you sure? Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said. Yi Xingchen clenched his fist and struggled in his heart. He said, I'm sure. Senior brother Yi. Lu Wanshi stared with her eyes wide open. Everything is fine, why do you want to withdraw from the sect? Did senior brother Su purposely look for you to drink and make you unhappy? When it's time to eat tomorrow, I'll give him a spoonful less so that he won't be full. Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. I did look for him to drink, but seeing that he didn't say anything, I turned around and looked for Li Fei. How can you blame me? All of you leave. Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang wanted to say something, but seeing the patriarch's serious expression, he hurriedly signaled to his fellow disciples and left the martial arts field. After they left, Jun Changshao pointed at the door and said, I've said before that if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Shua. Yi Xingchen thought for a while, picked up the bowl of wine in front of him, and drank it all. Then, he turned around and walked towards the door. When you become successful in the future, come back and visit when you have time. After all, we are master and disciple, and we are fellow disciples. Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingchen didn't say anything and walked straight. If you die outside, I'll bring my disciples to collect your corpse. After all, we are master and disciple, and we are fellow disciples. Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingchen stopped. Although his back was facing Jun Changshao, his face showed a rare hesitation. Before you leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Once you step out of this sect, you will never have the chance to take revenge. Jun Changshao said. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and said with difficulty, I've already been discovered. If I stay here, I'll only bring trouble to all of you. I might even bring disaster to all of you. Perhaps it was because of the bowl of wine, but this arrogant man finally said what he had suppressed in his heart. Jun Changshao said, Do you think your fellow disciples will care about that little trouble? They don't care. The disciples of the sect of all times yelled in unison. As it turned out, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji didn't really leave. They stood in the inner courtyard and kept watching Yi Xingchen with their spiritual senses. Jun Changshao said, Your fellow disciples aren't afraid of trouble or death. What are you afraid of? Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He was struggling in his heart. If it was in the past, he would leave immediately if he wanted to. Now, he had become indecisive and worried about his gains and losses. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Jun Changshao said, What are you afraid of? Speaking of holding it up, Yi Xingchen remembered the back of the person who stood in front of him to welcome the upper realm's palm print in the arena. At the moment of life and death, someone protected him at all costs. This was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Although he was stubborn, he had to admit that the moment the patriarch stood in front of him, he was deeply moved. It was because of this that he kept thinking on the way back to the sect. Since he was discovered by that woman, would it bring danger to the sect? In his previous life, Knight Emperor, who had extremely low EQ and offended people easily, actually took the initiative to think for others. It was really commendable. Phew. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath. His clenched fists gradually relaxed. Swoosh. He turned around and sat back in his previous position. He turned his face to the side and said, Patriarch, I drank too much just now. I've forgotten what I said. Su Xiaoma. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, Fill his cup. If you can't drink him today, you'll have to wash the dishes in the cafeteria for 3 months. Yes. Su Xiaoma shouted. He thought to himself, Who did I offend? Junior brother Yi. After pouring the wine, Su Xiaoma raised his cup and said, Come, the patriarch has ordered that your senior brother will be responsible for getting you drunk today. Yi Xingchen picked up the bowl and drank it all without saying anything. This guy was quite forthright. Come. 2 hours later. Su Xiaoma drank until he collapsed on the table. Yi Xingchen, whose face was flushed, slowly walked to the front of the bonfire. She held an empty wine jar in each hand and began to dance with her hands and feet. Chapter 727. At that time, Knight Emperor didn't understand at all and even had the urge to beat him up. Now that he recalled it again, he seemed to have been enlightened. The Patriarch's words rang in his ears. Xingchen, when you understand the meaning of the words unyielding and unyielding, you will naturally understand. Yi Xingchen seemed to have understood a little, so he completely let go of himself and drank to his heart's content with Su Xiaoma until he was dead drunk. Unfortunately, under the influence of alcohol, he would also do irrational things, such as dancing around the fire. Pa Jun Changshao turned on the magically modified sound system. Tang Sanzang sang, "Only You," in the Chinese novel Journey to the West to accompany Yi Xingchen's dancing. The fire was burning fiercely. A drunken man completely let go of himself and let go of himself. That night, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji sat in front of the stairs, all of them holding their chins as they watched Yi Xingchen dance until midnight. Swoosh! Late in the morning, Yi Xingchen suddenly got up from his bed. Seeing that he was sleeping in the side room, he held his aching head and said, "Wasn't I drinking? Junior brother, you're awake?" When he walked out of the side room and walked on the road to the outer courtyard, his junior brothers all smiled and greeted him. The smiles on their faces were a little strange and a little uncomfortable. "No, no." Yi Xingchen knocked on his head and said, "Something must have happened yesterday. Junior brother Yi." At this moment, Su Xiaoma caught up from behind and said with a smile, "You're really good at drinking. You made me drunk yesterday." Yi Xingchen didn't say anything and said in his heart, "Did I? Why don't I remember?" Li Fei walked over quickly and said, "Junior brother Yi danced well. Not bad?" Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Li Fei said in surprise, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you wouldn't have blacked out from drinking, right? Did you forget how you danced around the fire with 2 empty wine jars yesterday?" Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. After a long time, his muscles stiffened as he said, "I was dancing?" The plaque with the words, "Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony," was hung in Jun Changxiao's study. Occasionally, when he glanced at it, he would think of the scene of his disciples fighting on the fighting stage, and he would smile with gratification. The relationship between Jun Changxiao and his disciples was equivalent to that of a master and disciple. They had proven themselves in the biggest sect competition, and as a master, he would naturally be incomparably proud. Patriarch. Li Qingyang came over and said, "The Patriarch of the Northern Desert States, Zhongsha Sect, has come to visit." Jun Changshao said, "Why is he here?" The business with the Northern Desert State had been established a long time ago. Every month, there would be a delivery of ores and materials. Calculating the time, it was just right. But Feng Feisha personally came over, which was indeed a bit surprising. Could it be that he was here to congratulate? Invite him in. Jun Changshao went to the main hall. Just as he sat down, Feng Feisha came in under the guidance of Li Qingyang. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations to Jun Patriarch's sect for winning the championship of the Dragon and Tiger contend for hegemony." "Thank you." Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Patriarch Feng, please sit." Feng Feisha sat down and said, "The amount of ores mined during this period of time is quite large. I was worried that there would be some accidents, so I personally escorted you." Jun Changshao said, "Thank you, Patriarch Feng. If you are not in a hurry to go back, please stay for a meal. Then I will accept your invitation." "Oh my God!" In the cafeteria, Feng Feisha raised his chopsticks and closed his eyes. His entire soul felt like it was about to fly out of his body and swim in the endless sky. Lu Wansher's cooking had deeply shocked him. His soul floated for a long time before returning to his body. "Patriarch Feng." Jun Changshao smiled and said, This time, you came here not just to deliver ores, right? That's right. When it came to the main topic, Feng Feisha withdrew his exaggerated expression and said with a serious expression, Jun Patriarch Feng, have you heard of the Purple King? No. Jun Changshao shook his head and said. Feng Feisha lowered his voice and said, thousands of years ago, the Purple King suddenly appeared in the falling star continent and gathered 1,000,000 beast army in the northern desert state. There is such a thing? Jun Changshao was surprised. Feng Feisha said, fortunately, the top experts of the continent discovered it in time and sent 4 wusheng to seal it. Jun Changshao drank a mouthful of wine and said, even 4 wusheng were alarmed. This the Purple King is very strong. I think it must have brought a big disaster to the continent? No, it did not. Feng Feisha said, because it was discovered in time, the Purple King was sealed by the 4 experts before he could do anything. The 1,000,000 beasts lost their leader and scattered. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Alarmed 4 wusheng and gathered 1,000,000 beast army. The Purple King was clearly a guy who was going to do big things. But in the end, he died before he even started. This was a tragic villain. Sealed. Jun Changshao said, you mean he is still alive? Feng Feisha came closer and said, Jun Patriarch Feng, is this the purpose of my visit? What do you mean? Jun Changshao asked. As far as I know, this evil creature has broken the seal and reappeared in the world. At this point, Feng Feisha's voice was very low, creating a very frightening atmosphere. Jun Changshao said, is that so? He didn't care too much. After all, a guy who died before he could do anything, even if he came out again, what could he do? Jun Patriarch Feng Feisha. Feng Feisha said, this news must be kept secret because the central province has blocked this information to avoid causing panic. I am here to remind you not to let the disciples go to the mountains for training. Why? Jun Changshao asked. Feng Feisha said, the Purple King can communicate with beasts and can awaken their intelligence. If you are unlucky enough to meet him, you will not be able to return. I see. Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, come, let's drink. Wait. Feng Feisha picked up his chopsticks and grinned. Let me eat a few more bites. Eat as much as you want, no need to be polite. Can I take it away if I can't finish it? After Feng Feisha finished his meal, he really took the leftovers back. And this time, he brought a lot of ores that Jun Changshao could use to create equipment to increase the strength of the disciples. As for the Purple King, he didn't care at all. After all, if this evil creature really had the power to cause trouble, as long as it didn't affect him, there would be righteous sects and experts to deal with it. Death Valley. This forbidden area that used to be filled with beasts was now a bit desolate. Because after Jun Changshao brought the disciples here to train and dealt with the powerful beasts, there was no more danger. Plop. An evil cultivator from Huayang County fell in the area where the fire dragon beast used to be. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. Trash. A naked evil man stood in front of him and stepped on his face. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he said, where is my egg? Egg? Isn't it growing between your legs? I don't know. I just came in today, the evil cultivator said in fear. Bang! The evil man exerted force with his foot, and the evil cultivator's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He turned around and grabbed a low-grade ferocious beast that lived in Death Valley. He pointed at his glabella and asked, where's my egg? The beast that couldn't speak suddenly became intelligent. It said with a trembling voice, my egg was taken away by a human. Who? I don't know, bang. The evil man kicked it away and said angrily, trash. My king. A half-human spiritual beast said, the fire dragon beast has been guarding the egg. As long as we find out who killed it, we should be able to find out who took it away. Smart. The evil man patted its shoulder and said, You are indeed my left. What the F*** is my left arm. Chapter 728. Jun Changshao threw all the ores that Feng Feisha gave him into the space ring and started refining. Because there were a lot of materials, it would take a few days to refine all of them. Aha! The fire dragon yawned in its nest in the study room. During this period of time, the little guy did not enter hibernation, and its physique did not change much. It looked the same as before. Jun Changshao murmured, "What is it?" When the Supreme Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace came, the little dragon transformed into a 5-clawed dragon, which made him very shocked. He had been wondering whether it was the ability of a beast or its real body. The fire dragon is obviously a dinosaur. How can it give birth to a real dragon? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It must be a mutation." Thinking back to how he invested a lot of crystal nuclei and even went bankrupt to hatch the little dragon, he felt that it was very worth it. Now that I have a lot of funds, if I find a few more eggs to hatch, will I be able to hatch mutated beasts like Taotai, Phoenix, and Corn? Jun Changshao murmured. The system said, "In dreams, yes." Jun Changshao ignored it and went to the medicine hall to ask Elder Wei when the materials to refine the martial King Dan would be ready. Then, he went to the Wu-Tang class to inspect. At this moment, Ning Duxing was patiently explaining the difficulties of martial arts to the new disciples. Although all kinds of martial arts facilities could help the disciples improve faster, it was still necessary to learn specialized martial arts knowledge. Otherwise, if they relied on cheating to improve, they would feel very weak. Elder Ning. Shangguan Xinyao raised her hand and said, "Disciple still has questions." Class dismissed. Ning Duxing hurriedly left the Wu-Tang class without looking back. He was afraid that if he walked slowly, he would get a headache from this girl's questions. The disciples expressed their understanding. Not to mention Elder Ning, even they would collapse. In the sect of all times, Shangguan Xinyao was definitely a very scary existence. When the elders like Jiangya saw her, they were like mice seeing a cat, hiding as far away as possible. Such a scary woman, but Jun Changshao was afraid that she would melt in the palm of his hand, because whether he could exchange the techniques in the technique pavilion or not depended on her. Patriarch. Just as he was about to continue inspecting the wolf riding hall, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "There are many people at the foot of the mountain, they want to sign up for the assessment." There were a lot of them, a lot of them. Jun Changshao released his spiritual sense, and he found out that there were at least 30 to 50,000 teenagers gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were all around 17 or 18 years old. Judging from their attire, they should have come from different states and counties. They all had the aura of realms around them. They should have already practiced martial arts. Shua! Jun Changshao walked to the front of the mountain gate and put on his sunglasses. He looked down and said in surprise, "So many high-grade spiritual roots?" Many. There were at least a few hundred. There was not even a single one was a spiritual. Under the dazzling light sunglasses, there were many youths with question marks in their attribute. This meant that they were not martial cultivators, but sword cultivators, blade cultivators, and so on. Patriarch. Ning Duxing said, "There are still a few days before the recruitment day. Then let them wait." Jun Changshao said, "Nothing can be accomplished without rules." He would not bring forward the recruitment day because of the large number of people. He must develop a fixed day and a fixed recruitment habit. Patriarch. Ning Duxing suggested, "Every day, people come to the sect in advance to wait for the assessment day. Most of them live in Qingyang town, which is far away. Why don't we build a town at the foot of the mountain and let the sect manage it directly? Not only can we provide them with a place to stay, but we can also open various industries and make profits." That makes sense. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Although Mount Ironbone belonged to Qingyang town, the two were a little far apart. It was not a bad idea to build a town at the foot of the mountain and buy some industries for development. It was very common for the sect to have a town at the foot of the mountain. Many tourists admired it and often lived nearby. What's more, June Patriarch's ambition was to build the sect of all times into a martial arts holy land. If the day really came, he had to give the world a place to worship. Elder Ning, Jun Changshao said, I'll leave this matter to you and Qingyang. Yes, Ning Duxing said. Hearing that the Patriarch wanted to build a town at the foot of the mountain, Li Qingyang's eyes suddenly became hot. Expanding and transforming the sect was obviously not enough to satisfy this civil engineer. Building and planning a town was undoubtedly more challenging. On the same day, Chief Stewardly began to think hard. After a night of hard work, he successfully formulated a preliminary plan for the town. Patriarch. In the hall, Li Qingyang unfolded the blueprint and said seriously, In my preliminary idea, the scale of this city is not inferior to Qingyang town. There are 2 main streets, 12 secondary streets, and no need to say more. Jun Changshao said, Let's get to the point. How much money do you need? This, Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, I haven't calculated yet. Jun Changshao threw him a few large space rings and said, Use the money inside as you wish. You must use the best construction materials. Yes. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, can I borrow your Peppa wild boar? The little guy plowed the land in the herb garden every day and was already familiar with it. It would definitely have a miraculous effect on the construction of the town. No problem. Jun Changshao said. With absolute funds, Li Qingyang and Ning Duxing went all out. First of all, they had to choose the land at the foot of the mountain. This aspect was very meticulous. Not only did they have to pay attention to many aspects, but more importantly, they had to look at the feng shui. To build a town in the territory, they had to report to the city and obtain the approval of the city lord. However, Jun Changshao did not need to do so because he was the county lord of Qingyang County. The site selection was confirmed. Lanxiang's excavator specialist, Peppa Wild Boar, was in place. 21st. It was suitable for dismantling, excavating, and repairing. It was taboo for burials and funerals. Li Qingyang stood on the planned land and nodded to Xiao Ziji in the distance. He covered his ears and said, The groundbreaking ceremony begins now. Boom! A loud boom reverberated in Mount Iron Bone. It was the roar of the field artillery, announcing the start of the construction of the town. However, Peppa Wild Boar was disturbed by the sound of the artillery. Its eyelids rolled up and its forelegs straightened. It was so scared that it fainted. Clang! The green dragon crescent blade was inserted in front of it. Jun Changshao said gloomily, Don't pretend to be dead. Get up and work. Peppa Wild Boar stood up with a whoosh. Then, with tears in its eyes, it began to gather the earth element's spiritual energy and got busy on the ground. Under the setting sun, the pitiful figure was running around. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, Have you thought of the name of the town? Yes. Jun Changshao said, Let's call it Iron Bone Town. Why not Wan Gu Town? Li Qingyang was puzzled. Jun Changshao looked at the sky and said seriously, That is to comfort sect leader Wang's soul in heaven. Sect leader Wang was the one who built the Iron Bone sect. Later, he took over and developed it into the current sect of all times. However, this mountain would always be Mount Iron Bone, and this town would always be called Iron Bone Town. The plaque hanging in the main hall would always have the words, Iron Bone Sect. Chapter 729. Since there was a town at the foot of the mountain, there would naturally be permanent resident. Jun Changshao had already decided to move all the villagers of Qingyang village there and give them permanent residency. During the time when they transmigrated to the Falling Star continent, the sect was poor and it was difficult to even find food. They would definitely not be mistreated if they went to the village to eat and drink every day. Moreover, The family members of the sect's disciples could also apply to move in. Not only would it be convenient to visit, but it would also allow the family to reunite during festivals. Humanizing. This was one of the core tenets of Jun Changshao when he established the sect. The construction of a town was a big project. Even with the help of Peppa the wild boar and the disciples, it would still take time. Jun Changshao was naturally not in a hurry when he handed over everything to Li Qingyang and Ning Duxing. Other than occasionally taking a look, he spent most of his time recuperating. A few days later, the entrance examination of the sect of all times began. This time, Jun Changshao gave a clear recruitment quota, which was just enough to gather 20,000 members. Supplement less, supplement more. Because of the battle of dragons and tigers, and because of the advertisement, the youths who came were more outstanding in all aspects. Many of them passed the first round of the gravity assessment. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There is no limit to the number of people. They can all be accepted. And if there is a town, these youths who have good qualifications but have to be eliminated can stay temporarily and be recruited after the upper limit is raised." Therefore, it was necessary to build a town at the foot of the mountain. After the second round of assessment, according to the patriarch's wishes, the Ning brothers selected a total of 20,000 members. As for the youths who were not recruited, they were first appeased and allowed to stay in Qingyang village or Qingyang town temporarily. Ding, ding. One by one, the disciples were stamped and became a disciple. Jun Changshao heard an endless stream of notifications. Sect member, 200,002,0000. Sect contribution points, 200,002,0000. When the last youth became a disciple of the sect of all times, all the statistics were completely fixed. Jun Changshao, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, took the initiative to buy materials such as forging rooms and aptitude elixirs before the opening examination. Therefore, all the members and contribution points were full. Ding. Sect mission activated. After the notifications ended, a new mission was issued. In terms of difficulty, it was obviously more difficult than before. However, it was not difficult to complete it as the sect's disciples had become stronger. Some of the quests were even related to the town he was building, such as how many days he had to work as a bricklayer or how many bricks he had to move. I have to continue clearing the contribution points. After completing the sect mission, he would definitely receive contribution points and achievement points. Therefore, Jun Changshao opened up the system store and decided to spend 10,000 contribution points to clear up some space in advance. What should I buy? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xian still couldn't come to a decision. The main reason was that most of the goods in the advanced shopping mall were useful, so it was difficult for him to choose what to buy. "Why don't we buy a modified RPG rocket launcher?" Lord Changshao muttered. He had been eyeing this item for a long time. Since it came from the advanced mall and had the words divine modification, it was definitely more powerful than the field artillery. "Didn't you say that it would be very difficult for firearms to adapt to the falling star continent in the future? Why would the advanced shop still have rocket launchers?" Jun Chang asked with a smile. The system was speechless. "The firearms I am talking about are limited to firearms, not artillery-type heavy weapons." Jun Changshao said, "That's why I have to buy it." Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained God-modified RPG rocket launcher X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 100,002,0000. Schwa. Jun Changshao took out the God-modified RPG rocket launcher and placed it on his shoulder. He leaned his eyes on the aiming device and muttered, "Men should play with cannons." He took out the crystal nuclei and began to condense the cannonball. In the end, it took 20 crystal nuclei to condense one. Field cannons don't even need so many. If this rocket launcher is fired, it will definitely be very powerful, Jun Changshao said with a burning gaze. He did not press the launch button. Instead, he called Xiao Ziji over and said, "This is the latest model of firearms. Come and try it." The God-modified RPG rocket launcher could not only be used by himself, but also by his disciples. This was the main reason why Jun Changshao bought it. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji took it and said weakly, "Is the recoil big?" "Not big," Jun Changshao said. "Good." Xiao Ziji took it and imitated the patriarch. He placed it on his shoulder and said, "Patriarch, where do you want to hit?" Jun Changshao pointed to a mountain peak in the distance and said, "We need more stone for the construction of the town. You are responsible for shooting it down." After saying that, he took 100 steps back. Xiao Ziji was focused on the mountain peak and did not notice that the patriarch had slipped away in advance. But, bang! The sound of the explosion was so loud that it seemed as if the space was trembling. The faces of the disciples who were cultivating in the sect changed slightly. They looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a stream of light bursting out, leaving behind cloud-like traces wherever it passed. Boom! The mountain peak suddenly collapsed, rolling up dust that covered the sky. This was not dust, this was stone powder. Under the bombardment of the rocket launcher, not only was the entire mountain flattened, even the smallest stone was turned into powder. Ka. The space suddenly cracked and then spread out. Seeing this, the Sect of All Time's disciples' mouths gradually opened and their eyes widened. As expected, Jun Changshao said, "It can shatter space." The introduction mentioned that the God-modified RPG rocket launcher had the ability to shatter space. Of course, the biggest feature of the God-modified shopping mall was its special effects. The special effect of the God-modified RPG rocket launcher was called Precision Strike. As long as it was activated and locked onto the target, they would be punished regardless of whether they flew or escaped to the ends of the earth. "Wait," Jun Changshao said, "I've sinned." At this time, he realized that his disciple was no longer there. The area where he was standing just now had sunk in by several feet. At the same time, there was white smoke rising. Plop! On the training field in the inner courtyard, Xiao Ziji hugged the God-modified RPG rocket launcher and fell straight down. Immediately, he lay flat on the ground and said weakly, I knew it would be like this, The evil man in Death Valley felt a weak vibration in the air and muttered, "There are human experts fighting?" King. A spiritual beast with an arm walked over and reported, "I've investigated. The one who killed the fire dragon is a sect called the Sect of All Times." The evil man spread his legs and supported his chin with his palm. With a cold gaze, he said, "What's their level?" "Fifth rate." "Fifth rate." He smiled coldly and said, "With my current strength, it won't be a problem to get rid of them." King, the spiritual beast whispered, "The Sect of All Times is not simple." "I heard." The evil man forcefully interrupted, "Hurry and contact more people. After I get rid of this trash sect, I'll recuperate and declare war on the humans." "Yes," the spiritual beast said. Whoosh! The evil man stood up and left Death Valley naked. "You dare to steal my eggs? I'll crush your eggs." Kakik. Sect of All Times. Xiao Ziji came back to his senses and touched the God-modified RPG rocket launcher. He said happily, "Patriarch, this gun is very powerful. In terms of melee damage, it was not as good as field cannons, but its power was not inferior. In fact, it was even stronger. Most importantly, it was very light and easy to carry around." Jun Changshao said, "You can take it first. In the future, if any enemy dares to cause trouble for the Sect of All Times, just give them a shot." "Okay." Xiao Ziji nodded. He was eager to find a living target to test. It would be best if the target was not weak. Chapter 730. At the foot of the mountain, the construction of the town was in full swing. As the sect's mission involved this aspect, many disciples came to help. The scene of the disciples chatting and laughing as they worked together really revealed a thick sense of joy and warmth. Huff! Yang Yuhua rubbed his hands and carried the thousands of bricks on his back. Kacha! Just as he took 2 steps, a strange sound came from behind him. He turned his head to the side and saw a man with purple hair and a slender figure walking over. The bricks along the way were crushed to pieces. When the busy disciples heard the commotion, they all turned around and looked over. Their expressions immediately became interesting. That man was actually naked. As the scene was very indecent, please fill in the mosaic for him. Oh my God! Wasn't he ashamed to be naked in broad daylight? Didn't he have any sense of shame? Awesome! Su Xiaoma said in admiration. He used to think about how it would feel to walk on the street naked, but he never had the courage to do it. Now, someone actually dared to do something he didn't dare to do. What a pervert! The evil man said coldly, "Is this the sect of all times?" Yang Yuhua's mouth twitched. "Friend, although the weather has been cool recently, you don't have to come out naked, right?" Swoosh! The evil-looking man suddenly took a step forward and threw out a punch. Boom! The sound of the punch was heard, and dust flew. Yang Yuhua still stood on the spot. He blocked his face with his palm and said coldly, "Are you here to pick a fight?" The evil man was surprised. "To be able to take a punch from me, you're not bad." Swoosh! Another punch was thrown. This time, the strength was much stronger than before. Although Yang Yuhua could see it, he realized that the other party's strength had increased greatly. He hurriedly used cloud treading steps to retreat. TSK. The evil man's punch missed and he smiled sinisterly. "You're quite capable." Boom! Yang Yuhua threw down the thousands of bricks and said with a sullen face, "Senior brother, someone is here to pick a fight." Swoosh! Su Xiaoma was the first to rush over. "Brat, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you come to the sect of all times to pick a fight?" Long Xiang, Song Xianzhou, and the others who were helping out at the construction site also gathered around. If the disciples of the sects participating in the Dragon Tiger contest saw this, they would surely feel despair, as they knew that these were a bunch of monsters. However, the evil man said coldly, "A bunch of trash." "Hey!" Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and said, "How dare you scold us?" It was very rare for someone to come to the sect to look for trouble. Today, a nude pervert had suddenly appeared. He was definitely going to teach him a good lesson. "Brothers," Su Xiaoma said in a clear voice, "let's capture him together." "All right." Everyone immediately unleashed their cultivation and swarmed forward. Powerful auras instantly filled the entire construction site. Boom! Boom! Not long after, Su Xiaoma and the others unlocked all kinds of new positions. They flew out gorgeously and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even Yang Yuhua, who had a strong physical body, staggered back dozens of steps and then squatted on the ground. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "It can't be. This naked guy is so strong." Especially when he attacked, the bone-chilling baleful aura that exploded out made the disciples feel as if they were fighting with an extremely powerful ferocious beast. Although the evil man had taken down all the disciples of the sect of all times, his face was filled with displeasure. He had been sealed for too long and his strength had deteriorated too much. Otherwise, he would have easily killed this group of trash. In fact, he didn't know that if it were any other martial artist, they would have been killed long ago. However, the disciples of the sect of all times were very resistant. Even if they were sent flying, they would only be injured and not in any danger. Elder Jiang, Su Xiaoma, who was clutching his stomach, said telepathically, "Someone is here to pick a fight. Quickly come out and kill him." Shua! Shua! Jiang Ye and the Ning brothers had already heard the commotion. They flew out of the sect and landed on the construction site. Seeing the disciples being beaten to a pulp, their eyes flashed with anger. Go! Boom! 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 Huff! At the entrance of the training tower, Xiao Ziji walked out and took a deep breath. He would come here to train for a period of time every day. As he had gradually gotten used to it, he didn't feel tired at all. Junior brother Xiao. Tianqi hurried over and said, "A naked guy came to the sect to pick a fight and injured senior brother Su and the others. Quickly go and take a look." Shua. Xiao Ziji hurriedly flew over. He wondered in his heart, is the naked guy a person's name? Tianqi didn't follow him. Instead, he merged into the training tower. He wanted to continue calling for people, such as eldest senior sister Yi Xingchen and He Wudi, who were cultivating inside. As long as he gathered the strongest combat power of the sect, he would definitely be able to torture that pervert until he cried and screamed. Boom! Dang, dang, dang! At the construction site at the foot of the mountain, the Ning brothers and the evil man exchanged 2 blows. They staggered back with a serious expression. The aura of this naked guy was really strange. His strength was probably at least at Wu Huang's level. If they wanted to get rid of him, they would probably need the Patriarch's 2 servants. You guys! The evil man grabbed his hair and broke down. Why are you guys so tough? He was angry and furious. He had an absolute advantage in strength, but he could only send these humans flying. Not a single one of them was killed. No matter how weak I am, I can't be weak to this extent. Or could it be that in this world, the humans' understanding of martial arts has improved and they can have defenses that are not inferior to the beast race? Damn it! The evil man roared angrily. His eyes flashed red. He immediately rushed in front of Jiangye and gathered his most violent strength to attack. Pring! The ground instantly caved in, but he didn't hit his target. Because a solid earth wall appeared in front of him, Xiao Ziji stood in front of Jiangye and said, "This guy's strength is so strong." Of course, he also understood the meaning of the naked guy. So, it wasn't his name. He was really naked. Pring! The earth wall collapsed. Xiao Ziji took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. The arms that he used to support the earth wall were in pain. You can even block this. The evil man looked like he was about to collapse. Even Wu Huang might not be able to block his attack in anger. A guy with the aura of a martial king was able to stabilize his body. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. King, don't cry. Don't be discouraged. It's not that you aren't strong enough. It's that your opponent is too monstrous. Junior brother Xiao, Su Xiaoma, who was lying in the distance, said, "This guy is a bit strong. Hurry and inform the Patriarch, no need." Xiao Ziji's mind moved, and the God-modified RPG rocket launcher appeared. Then, he placed it on his shoulder and said coldly, "Leave this guy to me." Ho ho! A thick earth element aura spread out and wrapped around his legs like vines. Then, it connected with the ground. His entire body seemed to have turned into a fort. The recoil of the God-modified RPG rocket launcher was too strong. Xiao Ziji didn't dare to fire directly. So, he used the earth element to stabilize his body. This move was very tricky. GGG. The evil man laughed strangely and said, "Stupid human, you think you can hurt this king with a piece of wood?" Shwa. He rushed over barefoot. His hands gathered a violent aura, causing the construction site to become abnormally oppressive. Xiao Ziji held the God-modified RPG rocket launcher and waited until the other party rushed to the area where it could explode without hurting his fellow sect members. Then, he decisively pulled the trigger. "Hurt my fellow sect members. Then accept the death penalty." Pring! The shell shot out, causing ripples in the air and billowing white smoke. Xiao Ziji, who had layers of earth element support, only leaned back and didn't fly out. However, the evil man's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment the shell burst out, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. At that moment, the scene of him being tortured by the 5 Wu Xing and being sealed appeared in front of his eyes. Am I going to boom? A deafening sound rang in the construction site. The violent energy wantonly swept away Su Xiaomao and the others who were lying in the distance. Jun Chongshao, who heard the sound, got up from the chair in the study room. He took off the mask on his face and said in surprise, "Sinful Self fired the cannon? Ho ho!" In the explosion area, the wind whistled. Su Xiaomao, who was swept away, stood up with difficulty. Looking at the dust covering the sky, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Junior brother Xiao, this thing of yours is more powerful than a field cannon." "Amazing!" Jiang Ye and Ning Duxing said in shock in unison. They were the closest to the explosion and could clearly feel the power of the explosion just now. It was definitely at the level of an emperor. Ka ka ka. The soil surrounding Xiao Zuiji's body quickly crumbled. He pressed the smoking barrel against the ground and breathed in large mouthfuls of air. Although he used his attribute to offset the recoil, his body still couldn't bear it, and his whole body seemed very weak. Gradually, the dust dissipated, and everything became clear. The naked evil man stood in the same place. His whole body was charred black, and his hair was still smoking. Then, he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back, and white foam flowed out of his mouth. "No way?" Su Xiaomao said in surprise. "He didn't die." Such a strong explosion was enough to blow the target into pieces, but this guy was only in a sorry state and fainted. It was incredible! Xiao Ziji was also stunned. "What's going on?" At this moment, Jun Chongshao rushed down from the mountain. "Patriarch!" Xiao Ziji pointed at the unconscious evil man and said, "Someone came to the sect to cause trouble and injured many of our fellow disciples, so this disciple directly opened fire." Jun Chongshao had already walked over. When he saw the guy who was blasted beyond recognition, he said in surprise, "He didn't explode into thin air?" "Patriarch," Jiang Ye said solemnly, "when this guy attacked, he emitted an aura like a fierce beast. His physical body should be very strong." Jun Chongshao said with a cold face, "He dared to come to the sect of all times to cause trouble and even injured my disciple. This guy is tired of living. Come, bring him back to the sect." Yes. In this way, the naked evil man was dragged up the sect of all times like a dead dog by several disciples of the sect of all times. The most tragic thing was that the back of his head hit the stairs when he went up. Death Valley. The spirit beast was actively mobilizing its kind from other provinces and counties, and it was full of imagination. Although we failed the first time, the king will definitely lead our beast race to become the ruler of the Falling Star continent this time. Chapter 731. The evil man and the disciple of the sect of all times fought and destroyed the construction site. Standing in front of the ruins, Peppa the wild boar cried sadly. The hard work of the past few days had gone down the drain. Now it had to do it all over again. How sad was that? If the bald man hadn't been brought into the sect and locked up, it would have stomped on him to vent its displeasure. Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang calculated and said, "The damage caused by that guy is about a few 100,000 taels." A few 100,000 taels? Jun Chongshao crossed his hands and his eyes gradually turned cold. He had money, but it did not come from the wind. If he came to cause trouble, he would lose so much money. Despicable guy. Jun Chongshao said angrily, "If I don't torture you to death, how can I be worthy of the few 100,000 taels that I lost?" In the sturdy prison cell, Zhao Daoda shrank in the corner and looked at the charred man who had been thrown here for a while. His mouth twitched slightly. So, he was not the one who was tortured the most. So, the sect of all times had even more terrifying torture methods. From the looks of this guy, could it be that he had been roasted on a fire for a long time? Sigh. Zhao Daoda sighed and a trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Creak. The prison door opened and a ray of sunlight shone in. Zhao Daoda hurriedly closed his eyes and said sadly, "Torturing me again?" Because he pretended to be June Patriarch, he was locked up in the sect of all times for a long time. He was bullied by the disciples for no reason. Now, he had developed a good habit of being submissive. Jun Changshao walked in and sat on the prepared chair. He waved his hand and said, "Hang him up?" "Yes." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei walked forward and tied the evil man up. Then, they pulled the chain and hung him up. If the beasts who were gathering in Death Valley and had the dream of ruling over humans knew that their king was hung in prison, how would they feel? Splash! Cold water was poured over him. The evil-looking man opened his eyes with great difficulty. There was a faint viciousness in his eyes, but he was still weak. Although he didn't die from using his physical body to block the artillery shell, he would definitely be seriously injured. The evil-looking man gradually regained his senses and quickly realized that he was being hung up. There were a few humans standing in front of him, so he shouted angrily, Be *****. Boom. Su Xiaoma's fist landed on his face and he said, "You've become a prisoner, yet you still dare to scold people." The evil-looking man tried his best to turn his face around, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. It was a pity. Due to his heavy injuries, he was unable to break free from the chains. Jun Changshao said, "You destroyed the construction site and caused me to lose so much money. Let's count it as one punch for one tail." Boom. Boom. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei completely let go of each other and bombarded the evil man with their fists. Because the evil man was very resistant to beatings, it felt especially good to hit him. Zhao Daodu cowered in the corner, shivering in fear. If it were him, he would have been dead by now after taking a few punches from them. Boom. Boom. After torturing him for half an hour, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei finally stopped, sweating profusely. On the other hand, although the evil-looking man's face was ferocious, he did not faint from the crazy violence. "Patriarch!" Su Xiaoma gasped and said, "This guy is too good at taking a beating." Forcefully resisting the bombardment of the God-modified RPG rocket launcher, he was only charred black, which made Jun Changshao believe that the other party must be a martial cultivator who had developed his physical body to the extreme. "Humph!" The evil-looking man endured the pain and said with difficulty, A group of *****, how can you hurt this king?" Although he had been reduced to a prisoner, his inherent nobility would not be lost. "This king?" Jun Changshao was surprised. According to Jiang Ye's guess, this person should be Wu Huang. Why didn't he call himself this emperor? Why did he call himself this king so modestly? Jun Changshao put on his dazzling sunglasses and activated the aptitude and level prying function. In the end, all the data provided by the other party were question mark. Isn't this guy a martial cultivator? If he wasn't a martial cultivator, how could he have such a strong body? Or was he actually a swordsman who also paid attention to the tempering of his physical body? "Kid." The evil-looking man raised his head with difficulty and said, "You're the patriarch of the sect of all times." This was deduced from Su Xiaoma calling him patriarch. "That's right," Jun Changshao said calmly. The evil-looking man's eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. He said, "Where's this king's egg?" "Egg?" Jun Changshao subconsciously looked at his crotch and said calmly, "Isn't it growing on your body? It didn't explode." The evil-looking man said, This king is talking about an egg with a shell." "An egg with a shell?" Jun Changshao was puzzled by his words. "Kid," the evil-looking man said coldly, "hand over the egg, and this king will spare your life." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were instantly amused. This bald man still didn't realize that he was already a prisoner and could be killed at any time? "Don't talk nonsense." Jun Changshao's eyes were cold and fierce. He said, "Speak, who sent you here?" The sect had just won the Dragon Tiger Hegemony competition, and their prestige was unparalleled. For someone to come and cause trouble at this time, it was definitely strange. Could it be the Darkness Sect? They had changed their style, and were no longer sneaking around. Instead, they directly sent experts to kill them? They had fought so many times and should know each other's strength. Why did they send such a weak person? This king will say it again, the evil-looking man emphasized. Hand over the egg quickly. Otherwise, your sect of all times will become a pile of ruins. Zhao Daodu, who was far away, was full of admiration. He was already a prisoner and hung up, yet he was still boasting shamelessly. How much courage did that require? Jun Changshao said coldly, "Continue beating him." Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei clenched their fists and walked forward again. However, just as they were about to attack, the evil-looking man's eyes suddenly flashed red. A violent aura filled the prison cell. Jun Changshao frowned. The aura that erupted from that guy was completely unlike a human's martial aura. Instead, it was more like a savage beast. The system said, "This guy is not human." Not human? Jun Changshao's face was filled with surprise. The evil-looking man, who was surrounded by a terrifying aura, had a twisted expression. He said, "How dare you humiliate this king? Then, accept your punishment." Huff huff, streams of light suddenly flew out of his body and flew out of the prison cell through the gaps. This was a signal for help. As long as he could contact his right-hand man, he would definitely lead an army to rescue them. He. The evil-looking man laughed strangely. "How can a small sect like you withstand my hundreds of thousands of beast army?" Ga. Suddenly, his smile froze. This was because the signal for help had flown out of the prison cell and was about to head to Death Valley. However, it hit the barrier and was completely blocked. What was going on? "Hey!" A voice came from beside his ear. The evil-looking man stiffly lowered his head and saw the patriarch of the sect of all time stop in front of him. He smiled innocently and said, "I heard that you are not human?" Chapter 732. Looking at Jun Changshao's harmless smile, the evil man suddenly shuddered, and a strong ominous feeling surged in his heart. Even when facing the four Wuxing back then, even when being sealed, he did not have such a thought. Could it be this human is not simple? The noble evil man was fearless and said, "How can I be a lowly human?" After getting the answer, Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up. Being able to speak human language and take human form, this was definitely a high-level spirit beast. If he could subdue it, it would be good to guard the door. This guy had many contract beasts. However, now that it took the initiative to come to his door, and its strength was comparable to a high-level Wu Huang, how could he not want it? I was wondering. Su Xiaoma suddenly realized, no wonder it can take a beating so well. Beasts had a unique advantage in defense. It was normal for it to not die after taking a direct hit from the cannonball. "Hey!" Jun Changshao said, "The light that flew out just now was a distress signal?" The evil man did not speak. He was quite arrogant just now, but when the signal was not sent out, he immediately became listless. An army of hundreds of thousands of beasts? Jun Changshao touched his chin and guessed. Could it be that you are also a leader of the beasts, and can mobilize your own kind? The evil man said coldly, "If I send out the signal, your sect of all times will be razed to the ground by an army of hundreds of thousands in less than a day." From these words, Jun Changshao confirmed his judgment, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. A spirit beast with subordinates, and it seemed that there were many of them. If he could subdue it, wouldn't he be able to control more beasts? At that time, each member of the Wolf Rider Hall would be equipped with a mount, and they could destroy whoever they did not like. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao sat on the chair again, crossed his legs and said, "Become my contract beast, and I will spare your life." Contract beast? The evil man laughed, and immediately said with a serious expression, "Beasts will never be slaves." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao also smiled. His smile was very sinister. He did not continue to torture the evil man. Instead, he returned to his study and began to think about how to subdue this fellow. It would be perfect if there was a high-ranked gold palm ball, Jun Changshao said to himself. It was a little difficult to subdue humans. However, since it was a beast, he could easily deal with it by throwing a gate palm ball at it. Shua. Jun Changshao pulled open the advanced merchant shop and looked carefully. However, he did not find the sect leader ball, so he said helplessly, "What should we do?" The system said, "The host can refresh mid-tier stores. If you're lucky, you might be able to get one. I might as well give it a try." Jun Changshao clicked on the intermediate shop and began to refresh. 10 minutes later, he leaned weakly against the chair and said, "This is too much of a F***king trap." He spent 5,000 contribution points, but other than buying some daily necessities, he didn't get the gate palm orb. "Don't be discouraged," the system said, "I've still saved a lot of contribution points for the host. Go ahead and refresh them. They'll definitely be refreshed." "Scram," Jun Changshao said. After knowing that the evil man was not a human, Jun Changshao ordered Zhen Dejuan to set up multiple formations outside the prison to prevent that guy from escaping. Zhao Daodu, who was hiding inside, wanted to cry but had no tears. So this guy was not a human, but a very powerful spirit beast. If his injuries recovered a little, his beast nature would erupt and he would kill him. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? Damn it! The evil man lay paralyzed on the ground, clenched his fists with difficulty, and said, "If I don't destroy this sect, this king will not be a beast." Although the signal was not sent out, it was not worried at all. When his subordinates realized that he had not returned, they would definitely come to rescue him. What if they didn't come? It didn't matter. As long as he was still alive, as long as he was still breathing. No matter how serious his injuries were, they could heal on their own. At that time, who would be able to restrain him? 1. Late at night, the evil man's body emitted a weak light that spread to every inch of his skin and gradually healed his injuries. Zhao Daodu, who was hiding in the corner, bit his 10 fingers, his eyes filled with fear. The next day, the evil man's injuries had recovered quite well, and he already had the ability to sit up. Then, he looked at Zhao Daodu coldly, his eyes flashing with a ruthless aura that only berserk beasts would have. Gulp! Zhao Daodu swallowed his saliva, then grabbed the bars and shouted, "Jun Patriarch, can you change my cell? I don't want to die." Creak! At this moment the door opened. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei walked in, then tied the evil man up with chains and took him away. Phew! Zhao Daodu let out a long sigh of relief. Back mountain. The evil man was tied to a wooden stake. 100 feet in front of him, Xiao Ziji had already picked up the god-modified RPG rocket launcher. But, pulling the trigger, the shell suddenly shook the space and shot out at the fastest speed. The evil man's pupils contracted. Boom! Billowing white smoke rose. Creak! Not long after, the cell door opened again. The evil man, whose body was charred black, was thrown in, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhao Daodu, who had just relaxed, saw this and immediately howled in his heart. Why did you send him in again? At night. The evil man's self-healing ability was activated again. But the next day, he was pulled out again and was bombarded again. This cycle repeated over and over again, causing him to be unable to completely recover. Patriarch. In the main hall, Li Qingyang said worriedly, "Since that guy is a spirit beast and has a beast army, we must be on guard." Makes sense. Jun Changshao ordered Zhen Deshuai to set up multiple lightning arrays at the foot of the mountain. Then, he ordered Shui Rengue to let the members of the Wolf Rider Hall enter a state of alert, ready for any unexpected situation. Patriarch. One day Li Luoqiu hurried over and said, "I just received news that a large number of berserk beasts have entered Death Valley these few days, and all the warriors who went in to train have no news." Jun Changshao was quite surprised. Ding. Side mission triggered. Another mission? Jun Changshao opened the system panel. The mission was: the beast army will soon attack the sect, rescue the Purple King. The host needs to lead the disciples to defend the position. Elite mission. The beast army will attack? Jun Changshao frowned. Could it be that the berserk beasts that entered Death Valley are that guy's subordinates? Wait a minute. The Purple King? Why does it sound so familiar? Damn. Jun Changshao suddenly remembered what Feng Fei Sha had said before. His expression was very interesting as he said, "That guy is the miserable demon that was sealed before he could succeed?" No. That was an existence that many Wu Xing sealed. How could it be so weak? How could it be captured by me so easily? What's more, it was an ambitious demon, which could be seen from the army that was previously gathered to fight with the humans. Now that it had escaped from the seal, it would definitely make a comeback. If I capture it, wouldn't it be the same as inadvertently saving the people from the fire and water? The arrival of the side mission not only revealed the evil man's identity, but also warned in advance that the berserk beasts would attack the sect of all times. Such a spoiler was simply insane. Death Valley. More and more berserk beasts gathered, and the number had already reached hundreds of thousands. However, their king had not returned. Big Brother, the sect of all times won the Dragon-Tiger battle for supremacy. They are very strong. I'm afraid the king is in trouble. A spirit beast said. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, streams of light pierced through the sky and flew into Death Valley, entering the glabella of a few spirit beasts. The spirit beasts exclaimed in unison, "Our king has been captured by the sect of all times." Go! The right-hand spirit beast said with a murderous aura, "Go and save the king." Roar! Roar! On this day, hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts rushed out of Death Valley, rushing towards the sect of all times like a tide, and their roars shook the heavens and earth. Chapter 733. Sect Master Jun had unwittingly saved the world. If the relevant departments in charge of this matter were unable to find the Purple Craggy Demon King, the entire continent would be plunged into a bloodbath once it recovered its strength and charged out with its underlings. However, the price of doing a good deed without leaving a name was that the beast army would not attack others. Instead, they would target the sect of all times. Come on, come on. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, holding the side of his face with one hand. Whether or not I can complete the side quest, it all depends on you guys. Patriarch. Xuerengui walked in wearing his armor and cupped his hands. The defensive line has been set up, and the villagers along the way from Death Valley to Iron Bone Mountain have been evacuated and settled down properly. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded, and then with a thought, he temporarily closed the sect protecting Great Sect, and only saw a few streams of light that had been blocked, finally flew out and flew towards Death Valley. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for them to attack. Although there was a mission component, this kind of action of using one's own sect to fight against the beast army was truly worthy of respect. Heh. Feeling that the distress signal he released had flown away, the Purple King, who was lying in the cell, suddenly laughed strangely. However, because it involved his injuries, his smile was abnormally sinister. Sect of all times. Your end is coming. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of Wolf Rider Hall members were already in position. They were wearing armor, holding excellent weapons and equipment, and exuding an aura of a veteran. Without a doubt, during this period of time, under the training of Xuerengui and Tao Yuan, the members of Wolf Rider Hall had not only increased in number, but also in strength. Of course, Jun Changshao would not only let Wolf Rider Hall fight against the incoming beast army, but also mobilize the entire sect's strength. More than 10,000 disciples were all arranged at the front line. Senior brother. Long Xing scratched his head and said, "Why does it feel like there's going to be a war?" Li Qingyang said, "I heard from Patriarch that there might be a strong enemy coming soon." A strong enemy? Long Xiang's face turned serious. mobilizing the entire sect's strength. This matter was definitely not simple. On Mount Ironbone, Xiao Ziji had already summoned the field artillery and placed it in the cannon-firing area. It could be said that the Sect of all times had already entered level 1 combat readiness before the Death Valley Beast army had even received the king's distress signal. Although they were few in number, with all kinds of equipment and firearms, the combat power they could unleash would definitely be terrifying. Even if Xinjiang County mobilized all their troops, they would only be sending themselves to their death. Furthermore, the strongest part of the Sect of all times was not the various firearms and cannons, but the hundreds of martial king disciples. When humans fought humans, they couldn't fight. Humans were naturally not restricted from fighting beasts. It was no wonder that Jun Changshao did not panic at all after receiving the side quest. From his point of view, the beast army attacking the Sect of all times in order to save the Purple King was just giving them experience points and crystal cores. Boom, boom, boom. About 4 hours later, the disciples of the Sect of all times heard the sound of the earth shaking. Then, they saw dust billowing in the distance, like a monstrous wave rising from the sea. "It's here," Li Qingyang said with a solemn expression. "Oh my God!" Long Xiang stared with his eyes wide open. Such a big commotion? Zhong Yi shook his head, picked up the cloud-piercing blade that was stabbed into the ground with one hand, and shouted, "Prepare for battle!" Shwa! Shwa! 2,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall raised their conqueror spears. After strict training, they would not be afraid of any battlefield. They only had the thought of going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the mountain gate, waved his hand and said, "Carry that guy down." "Yes, sir." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei dragged the Purple King down the mountain and tied him up in the life and death arena. Roar! Roar! As the monstrous dust rolled over, a furious roar rang out, and the entire space seemed to tremble. At this point, the disciples of the Sect of all times realized that the so-called strong enemy was not humans, but a herd of beasts. Exciting! This is too exciting! Long Xiang and the other inner disciples' eyes flashed with passion. The beasts killed in the life and death secret realm were just illusions, but now they could fight against a herd of beasts with real weapons. It was definitely a different feeling. Boom! Boom! Dozens of half-human spiritual beasts rushed at the front of the team. Their strength was at least comparable to a martial king, and a few of them were even comparable to Wu Huang. Kaki. The Purple King, who was tied up in the life and death arena, saw his right-hand men leading the charge and laughed strangely again. "Stupid humans!" He suppressed the pain all over his body and said with a ferocious face, "Accept your punishment!" Roar! Roar! The tide of beasts rushed over quickly. However, when the leading spiritual beast saw that its king was tied up, it stopped in its tracks. The rest of the beasts also stopped. For a moment, looking down from the sky, the scene was that the tide of beasts and the disciples of the Sect of all times were 100 feet apart. The atmosphere was tense. "King!" The spiritual beast roared. Many beasts raised their heads and roared, as if they were crying for the wounded the Purple King. "Hey hey!" A loud voice sounded. Jun Changshao was holding a megaphone. After testing the sound, he said loudly, "Your king has been captured. If you don't want it to die, put down your weapons and surrender." The side mission was to defend the Sect of all times. If they were persuaded to surrender, it would be considered completed. Swoosh! Su Xiaoma took out his true yang sword and placed it on the Purple King's neck. This move was very effective. The dozens of spiritual beasts standing at the front became nervous when they saw that their king's life was in danger. "My people!" At this moment, the Purple King shouted. "Back then, even Wu Xing couldn't hurt this king. How can this bunch of trash do it?" That's right. Their king's body was so strong that even Wu Xing couldn't kill it. He could only seal it. How could it be hurt by a sword? the beasts regained their fighting spirit and burst out with even stronger hostility. "My people!" the Purple King roared. "Although this king has been captured, you must remember that the beasts will never be slaves." The last 4 words were so loud that his voice cracked. One had to admit that this guy's body was really strong. After being bombarded several times, he could still shout loudly. "The beasts will never be slaves." The right-hand spiritual beast clenched his fists tightly and said with a ferocious expression, "Go! Roar! Roar!" The beasts roared angrily and rushed over with red eyes. More than 100,000 beasts moved together. Not only was it like a surging wave, but it also shook the ground. Swoosh! Tao Yuan stood on the high ground and waved the war flag. After Zhong Yi received the order, he raised his sword. "Break through the enemy lines, only death kill." Swoosh! Swoosh! The hurricane wolves started to run. The entire Iron Bone Mountain seemed to have turned into a cruel battlefield as the humans and beasts charged. Qingyang City. When Xie Guangquan received the news, he jumped up from his chair and said in shock, "The beasts are attacking the Sect of all times? Quick, quick!" He hurriedly ordered, "Send the army to support them." At the same time, the other city lords also received the news of hundreds of thousands of beasts attacking the Sect of all times. Therefore, they sent the warriors of their cities to support them. In an instant, the 8 cities of Qingyang County were all mobilized. Meanwhile, in the farthest Zhongzuan province, when the beasts rushed out of the Death Valley, the globe-like sphere in the ancient altar trembled violently. "Not good," an old man in charge of guarding it said in shock. "There's a beast riot in southwest Yangzhou. To make the Earth Spirit Sphere give off such a strong warning, it must be the Purple King's doing." "Damn it!" the person in charge of the altar said angrily. "This demonic creature actually escaped from the northern desert province to southwest Yangzhou and began to wreak havoc in such a short time. It should have completely recovered by now. Quickly contact Mu Changhong of southwest Yangzhou. Tell him to hold on until reinforcements arrive no matter what." "Yes." "Contact the city lords of the West Cloud Province and South Baron Province. Tell them to send experts to reinforce as soon as possible." "Yes." "Contact City Lord Han and tell him to head to southwest Yangzhou immediately." "Yes." "Announce to the 5th class and above that the Starfall continent has entered a state of alert. Tell the 3rd class and above to send their elite disciples to southwest Yangzhou immediately." "Yes." The person in charge of the altar issued several orders in succession. From the extremely fast speed of his speech, the situation was very critical and urgent. Buzz! Heavenly Mandate, Imperial City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Changhong, who was sipping on his tea, suddenly heard a voice. He jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, "The purple craggy monster king has broken the seal and is leading a horde of beasts to attack our southwestern Yangzhou city?" "City Lord." At this moment, an array master hurried in and said, "According to the transmission from the altar of Zhongzuan State, the beasts are rioting at Mount Iron Bone in Qingyang County. This is troublesome." Mu Changhong immediately took off and sped toward Qingyang County. Yi Tianxing, the owner of the Certification Institute, and Situ Haoyun, the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, went with him. Both of them had also received the news from the altar. In the 2 imperial cities of South Baron Province and West Cloud Province, Wu Huang cultivators flew out one after another. "What's going on?" Many warriors were surprised. With so many Wu Huang cultivators flying out together, something must have happened. Sect leader. In the Tsangshan sect, Ma Yunting rushed over and said, "The altar sent news that the Purple King has appeared and is leading a herd of beasts to attack Qingyang County." "What?" The Tsangshan sect leader's eyes widened. Whoosh, whoosh. Ma Yunting, Wang Donglin, and the other elders of the Tsangshan sect flew down the mountain gate and sped toward Qingyang County. Although the altar didn't say that the fifth-rate sects would provide reinforcements, they were allies with the sect of all times. If Qingyang County was rioting, they would definitely help. Shi Jingxian of Miaohua Palace also received the news and said, "The beasts are attacking Qingyang City. June Patriarch's sect will definitely be affected." First elder, second elder. She hurriedly ordered, "Go and provide reinforcements." Yes. Although Zhang Sun Fonghua and Leng Xingyue hated Jun Changshao, they couldn't sit back and do nothing when the altar sent news that the beasts were rioting. June Patriarch. Shi Jingxian grabbed the corner of her clothes and said worriedly, "The entire continent has entered a state of emergency. You must hold on until reinforcements come." Whoosh, whoosh. City Lord Han of the Great Sage Imperial City had already received the news. Wu Xing activated his cultivation and rushed to southwest Yangzhou as fast as he could. His weathered face was filled with determination. Purple Craggy Demon Monarch was extremely powerful. Back then, many Wu Xing could only seal him but couldn't kill him. Without the help of an expert of the same level, he might not be able to return. Even so, he wouldn't back down, because if he cowered in fear of death, who would protect the common people in this world? Iron Bone Mountain, in front of the sect. Jun Changshao sat on a chair, holding a bowl of fried rice in one hand and eating with chopsticks in the other. He praised, "The fried rice made by this girl is getting more and more delicious."